people. I return. Oh yeah, I forgot to hit the OBS button. There we go. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, hello. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay, cool. Everything's fine. Alright. So how you all doing today? How you all doing today? I got some fun stuff lined up for today, personally. Well, hopefully fun stuff. I got a video I want to yap about, and I got 3 game demos lined up. I figured, with the new year, I'd use Fridays a little bit differently. I'm going to use it as my dedicated yapping game demo showing off day. Because there's just so many good games. Why not, right? Maybe play a small game that's fully released that's worth talking about, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Long story short, lots of fun stuff in the works. In theory. Now I just need to get the video up. Properties. No, not properties. I need to unhide. There we go. Hello, Orange. Hello. How's it going? All right. So, we're starting off with a video to yap about called Every Reason in the Gaming Industry is... words are hard. Every reason in the game... why am I putting in? Oh, my brain. Happy New Year if I didn't say it before. Well, thank you, Orange. If you did say it before, I don't quite remember. It's been a blur. I hope yours is pretty good too. But yeah, as I was saying, so we got a video here called "Every Reason the Gaming Industry is Degrading," by Radical Cap. We're gonna start with this video and then 3 demos I have lined up. So let's...
The gaming industry is degrading, and here's every reason why. If you don't live in a cave, you've noticed how badly optimized modern games are. Every year,
Oh yeah,
the
for
power
sure.
of graphics card and their prices increase. The budgets of games and the time to create them are also growing. The only thing that doesn't grow is FPS. It is failing.
Oh yeah, no, it's been
years,
going down.
We've seen a bunch of failed releases where poor optimization destroyed potentially good projects.
Oh yeah.
It has become the...
Oh yeah, 100% with the optimization destroying potentially good products. Like Cyberpunk on release. That thing did horribly on release because it was such an unoptimized piece of garbage. Like Stalker 2 still hasn't recovered because it was so bad on release. What are some other things that I could... that's the only things that I can really remember off the top of my head. But man, there's been so many games lately that's just been trash because it's just not optimized. And half of it isn't even the game itself. Sometimes the game engine's part of the problem. Like fucking Unreal Engine. That's an unoptimized... The engine itself is an unoptimized piece of trash. Yeah, sure, you could fix it and things like that, but it's an engine. Out of the box, it should be working fine. You know? Oh. I know I myself have a crappy laptop for gaming, but AC6 can do it. Anyone can do it. Yeah, no, exactly. Armored Core 6 is gloriously optimized in comparison to what's it? Elden Ring. Elden Ring on release was a bit rough. you know? Hell, even what's Monster Hunter, the latest Monster Hunter. What was it? Monster Hunter, not Worlds. That's the one before it. Monster Hunter. What's the latest Monster Hunter again? I can't remember right now. still better than Ark. Yeah, Ark is a whole other thing, but the latest Monster Hunter is such a unoptimized piece of garbage, and it's still an unoptimized piece of garbage. People are complaining, you know, 10 years later, and I have not seen 60 on that shit. Man, it is crazy.
Become the norm not to play a new game as soon as it is released, but to wait months and sometimes years until developers can optimize it properly. Although new
Yep.
games look amazing, game studios forget about a very important element of a good gaming experience. The problem with
Optimization.
poor optimization is that developers are actually alienating almost 90% of their player base.
Oh
According
yeah.
to a January 2025 Steam survey, only about 10% of Steam users have hardware that can run these games on the recommended settings. The
Only 10% of Steam users have the equipment to run the latest games. Wow. Fuck. On the recommended settings. Oh. And that's only gonna get worse because of the fucking RAM shortage stuff that's happening. That's only gonna get worse. I don't even have a GPU. Like, am I just fucked? Yeah, if you don't have a GPU, you're pretty much just fucked when it comes to games.
The logical answer is to just buy a new PC. But it's not that simple. New graphics card from Nvidia costs
Oh,
thousands of dollars, although there is no
yep,
significant increase in power over the previous generation.
yep,
The most expensive GPUs don't even break the 60 frames per second mark, without
yep.
DLSS, which still works like crap.
Um, I will point out in this example here, it is comparing 1440p with 2160p. So that's 2K and 4K, and 4K is just outright intensive to run itself. Like I still run a 1080p monitor, right? And I'm having buttery smooth frames most of the time, right? So this is a bit of a, I guess you'd say, um error by omission. So that's just one thing to point out here. But yeah, no, it is true in most cases. You can't run past 60 frames in a lot of games, and that is ridiculous.
GPUs don't even break the 60 frames per second mark, without DLSS, which still works like crap. Although, we used to have enough 2 gigabytes of video memory to play really awesome games in terms of graphics. But
Yep.
what killed the optimization?
That's a good question.
Why don't developers care about making their games run well and look good at the same time?
That's a good question.
Is it all about a secret conspiracy with Nvidia and AMD to simply increase sales of their hardware? Well, it's not really that simple. As with many other issues,
Oh, is it
it's
gonna
not
bring
so
up
black
Unreal
and
Engine?
white, and there are many reasons for the low optimization in most recent releases. The first of them is the upscaling technology. Over the past few years,
Ah.
artificial intelligence has been developing at an alarming rate. A couple of years
Oh, yeah, the upscale tech. Yep, that's definitely a big factor in all that. Cause why make full frames when you can make fake frames, right? I can play Titanfall 2, very beautiful, and I can run it fine, For Honor fine, A66 fine, Unity had 21 FPS. I love the game enough to beat it, but by that number did not look pretty. You know what hit 60? Minecraft, Clone Drone in the Danger Zone, and Tap. I mean, those three games are super simple to the point where, like, graphics cards don't matter. Especially Minecraft. Most of Minecraft's graphical stuff is CPU bound. So if you have a good CPU, you're gonna be fine with Minecraft for the most part, right?
years ago, we were shocked that ChatGPT wrote us a poem, and now it creates entire codes and replaces most programmers. AI
Yep.
is used everywhere. We have videos, pictures, songs, and of course, graphics created by AI. The scaling technology in video games works like this. The game is launched at a low resolution, for
Yep.
example 1080p, and then AI, such as DLSS or FSR, scales it to a higher resolution, for
Yep.
example 4K. Theoretically, this will allow your game to look like it would in a normal resolution, but this is not quite true.
GPU usage. Native 4K, DLS 1080p to 4K. Yeah, you can see a lot of the AI like added details and fucked up stuff on the right version that just isn't there on the native version. Damn. I don't see a diff. Well, mind you, you're watching through 2 layers of compression, so it's not going to be as like you're not going to see it as much. But you can't. Me being here, you know, quote unquote live. It's easier to see. Yeah.
Even at high resolutions, some problems become quite obvious. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can see flickering. You can also see it in Cyberpunk. Also,
Yep.
artifacts are especially visible in fast-paced scenes. The AI has to guess how the game will look like in a high
Oh yeah. Here's a good example of the AI going absolutely bananas. Look at you're supposed to be looking through bars and all this stuff, but look at all this. Look at all that. Look at all this weird shit. Bars are missing. There's bar parts where there shouldn't be. Like this is what everyone complains about when it comes down to, the generative AI fucking frames. Hey, Shashko. You haven't missed much. We're kind of yapping about how games have been degrading over time. And what's the main causes for it right now? Currently, in the first thing, it's mostly optimization, talking stuff, which, yeah,
higher resolution, and as a result, with upscaling enabled, the game will never look the way developers intended. For me personally, it's quite important that
oh yeah. Here's another example. Like, this is still with some frame gen stuff. FSR2 is pretty good, so like you get it at a pretty accurate rendition. Like you can see
the game has the right artistic
you can
direction.
see the
and I can't
effects
help
going
but feel
around
that
it,
DLSS
right? But the other two, it's all gone. It's all gone. It doesn't exist. All those little effects, the detail in the grass, that's all gone. The detail in the armor is flat and muddy. Like even I don't use FSR/DLSS, and I'm on an RX 580 and FX. Yeah,
and
I tend to not use it depending on the situation, but sometimes I'll turn it on, but I'll have it set so it's like 100% resolution type thing. So it just kind of touches up a little bit, and that's fine. But in a lot of cases it does shit like these two things, and I don't like it, and I'd rather it be more like this.
and FSR are quick and easy solutions to increase the frame rate that simply distort the original concept. You might be saying right now I can play GTA 6 on my shitty RTX 3060. And my answer to that is, short-term solutions cause long-term problems.
100%.
Sure, upscaling technology allows gamers to avoid wasting their parents' savings on a new GPU. But this technology also encourages developers not to optimize their games, because they think, hey, these cocksuckers are going to turn on DLSS anyway, so the game will run well. But the problem with this technology are not only on PCs. The PlayStation 5 Pro, which is now the most powerful console on the market and costs over $1,000,
and it not quite, but yes, it is overly expensive.
also has its own AI upscaling known as PSSR, or PlayStation Super Resolution. I remember back in 2020 when the PlayStation 5 was introduced, they were preaching that it was a huge step for gaming because developers no longer had so many graphical limitations on how they wanted their games to look. However,
Oh
it soon
boy.
became clear that the current generation of consoles could not run games in 4K and at least 60 FPS. After 4 years, the PS5 Pro came to the rescue, where Sony swore that finally, gamers would not have to choose between performance and quality, but they failed.
Yeah,
Again.
I knew it.
Console
I
game
knew it.
developers are forced to adapt new releases to new compromise solutions like PSSR, a technology that only masks hardware limitations, not solves them. In fact,
Yep.
PSSR is a license for developers to be lazy. Why spend time fine-tuning performance if you can just throw the game on the market, add scaling, and claim it's optimization? In reality, what we have is a new console that they sell for twice as much as the regular version, but it can't run new games in 4K and 60 FPS. Kingdom
Yep.
Come Deliverance 2, which is an incredibly good game, by the way, also works in the upscale thanks to PSSR, just like any other console. Only the Xbox Series S doesn't fuck with us and runs in native resolution. We're witnessing the console market degrading. We have moved from real technical breakthroughs to marketing promises that only mask real problems. But upscaling technology, which spoils the picture and allows developers to do nothing and rest more, is not the only thing that has killed optimization. Ray tracing. These two words have become
Yeah.
mandatory in every presentation of new gaming tech.
As much as I do like the effect of ray tracing, it's been such a fucking curse because no one like puts it in well, right? It's such a pain because like I personally, the two things that I like when it comes to a game is like, does it look good and does it frame good, right? And just adding like some pretty good reflections, it changes a lot of stuff. Hey Max, how's it going? And Happy New Year again. But it's at this point with how ray tracing has been implemented in a lot of stuff. I'd rather it not be a thing and just be some really good baked in lighting. I'd rather that, honestly. Because ray tracing is it's so not worth it in a lot of cases. And this is talking from someone that likes the idea of ray tracing, right? Just to put that into perspective.
Technologies since 2018. And although marketers try to convince us that it is almost the holy grail of gaming, the reality is a bit different. Let's take a look at what it is. Ray tracing is a method of light processing that tries to mimic its behavior in the real world. In fact, this is something that Pixar has been using in animated films since 1999. But now that this technology has burst into games, the main question arises. Is it really needed, or is it just a marketing illusion? Here is an example. Cyberpunk 2077. If you turn on ray tracing to the maximum, yes, the lighting looks fantastic, but it will cost you such frame drops that you will have the impression that you are watching a video that was shot in 1878, or like you're playing on a Nintendo Switch. What do we get in return? Puddles with better reflections? Okay, but will the average player notice? Most likely not.
Well, it's not just puddles with better reflections, it's lighting up characters more accurately. It's lighting that reflections off of metal being more accurate. It's a lot of other little things, right? That all together as a package does enhance the visual, but it's such a fucking heavy cost. Ugh. Hey, don't hate on my Switch, okay? It has better optimized games than your shit. No. It does not, because all your shit's at lower frame rates and lower resolutions. That is by definition lower optimization. The Switch and Switch 2 are good consoles. I'd say the Switch is, but with everything happening around the Switch 2, it is not. And it's such a marginal increase in performance. Marginally minimal increase in performance. it's really not worth it. And that's before we get to the games. And hello, Warhorse, how are you doing?
Unless you point it out to them. Look, the glare is now displayed differently here. And now you have 15 FPS so you can see it in more detail, loser. And the worst part is that some games don't allow you to turn off ray tracing at all. Star Wars Outlaws, for example, only offers a choice between minimum and maximum ray tracing. Why can't I just turn it off? Why am I forced to use DLSS or FSR upscaling just to compensate for the fact that the developer
You know, if ray tracing was always optional, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. You know? If it was optional, always optional, and everything around the game was built well and all this stuff, then it wouldn't be, as big of a complaint, right? But then we have shit like this, where it's mandated. Not everyone has an RTX or ray tracing capable card. Like, why do you do this?
developers failed to properly optimize the game. But the main problem isn't even that ray tracing eats up performance, but it has become an excuse for lazy developers. Once upon a time, they created their own unique lighting methods and adjusted reflections manually. Half-Life 2, for example, had great plane reflexes that looked quite impressive in 2004. And
Oh
now?
yeah.
We just
Still
turn on
does.
ray tracing and forget about it. Another example is Alan Wake 2, one of the most beautiful games of recent years, which makes extensive use of ray tracing. It looks amazing if you have top-of-the-line hardware. But even with the RTX 4090, it can produce a miserable 30 to 40 frames per second in 4K if you turn off DLSS. And if you have a mid-range card, don't even dream of smooth gameplay without upscaling. But when we talk about the laziness of modern video game developers, of course, we have to mention the damn Unreal Engine 5.
Oh, here it is.
The
Here it
engine had
is.
promised to change the gaming industry. When Epic Games first demonstrated it in 2020, everyone was excited. Dynamic lighting, billions of polygons, the revolutionary nanite geometry system, realistic lumen lighting, everything looked like a real leap into the future. We were promised that games would look better than ever, and it would be easier for developers to create detailed worlds. But here's the reality in 2025. Most games running on Unreal Engine 5 are terrible. We have unstable FPS, graphical glitches, blurring, artifacts, and simply unoptimized performance. So what went wrong? Imagine being given the perfect 3D printer.
I can 100% state why everything went wrong with Unreal Engine 5, which, mind you, they're recently optimizing the thing now. But so Unreal Engine, what's the problem with that? I need to. Okay, well, I'm explaining that right now, Orange. So the thing with Unreal Engine 5 is they have all this cool tech built into it and things like that, right? But the engine itself isn't optimized. So you're basically given a really cool piece of tech, right? That's like, oh hey, it'd be able to make all your dreams come true, but it has a 100% chance of shitting itself, right? And not only that, but all these cool features, the lumen, the nanite, all this stuff is implemented poorly and heavily resource heavy. So not only is like it has a 100% chance of shitting itself, this thing that can grant your wishes, it also requires feeding it several babies. So you can actually, use it. Like an RTX card without ray tracing. Yeah, basically, Shashko, 100%. No, RTX isn't ray tracing. RTX is a version of graphics card that is specifically built to be able to handle ray tracing.
printer that can print anything you want, with no limits. But then you find out that it's powered by a nuclear reactor that consumes more energy than an entire city, but still less than a new RTX 5090. Unreal Engine really allows you to create incredible detail. Its nanite system allows game worlds to contain tens of billions of polygons, and Lumen automatically provides photorealistic lighting. This is all great if you're making a CGI movie, but when it comes to video games, it creates serious performance issues. Previously, developers were forced to optimize their games, manually adjusting the geometry of models, coming up with interesting lighting methods, optimizing shadows and effects. It took a lot of time, but it allowed games to run stably. Now studios simply rely on Nanite and Lumen to automatically generate ultra-detailed graphics. But the truth is that even the most powerful graphics cards can barely cope with this automatic detail. The remake of Silent Hill 2, Stalker 2, Remnant 2, and a bunch of other projects from
I forgot
recent
Remnant
years
2 was on release was like shitting the bed because of this stuff. I forgot about that.
All these games are made on UE5 and suffer from the same problem: poor performance and strange artifacts. To hide all these shortcomings, the developers brazenly force you to play with TAA, temporal anti-aliasing enabled, which turns a clear picture into a soapbox. Why optimize if you can just throw in ray tracing and say, well, yes, you need an RTX 4090 for good graphics, and if you don't have one, that's your problem. However, most gamers don't want to sell their left leg to buy a new RTX 50 for a few $1,000s. We are poor people after all, and I want all the new releases to run smoothly on my GTX 650. But what do I get in return? Unoptimized crap where 30 FPS is still good, and when you try to raise the frame rate, the game starts to look like any AAA game on Nintendo Switch. Video game development used to be an art of optimization. The game had to run smoothly, stable, and quickly, regardless of whether it was running on a powerful PC, a weak laptop, or consoles. Every byte of memory was worth its weight in gold. Every polygon and every texture was carefully balanced between quality and performance.
Yeah, and not only that, but even in old games, they did lots of like little tricks to make things look better. Like for example, in the 90s and stuff, right? We're talking like N64 and PlayStation 2 and things like that, like PlayStation 1 and things like that, right? They did things to like mimic reflections. Like if you were to go into a room with like a highly reflective floor, they'd make the floor semi-transparent, and on the other side they'd have a perfectly mirrored room on whatever axis you needed, and a copy of the character running along the mirrored floor following you, right? So that's how they did, advanced reflections back in the day, right? No slander on my baby. Fuck. Look, it's just an example, right?
Take Dark Souls, for example. The game ran on From Software's proprietary engine, and despite all its shortcomings, had stable performance even on weak hardware. The Last of Us is a technical masterpiece for its time. Naughty Dog squeezed the most out of the PlayStation 3, creating a game that looked better than most PC projects. Another optimization genius is Hideo Kojima, who showed a perfect example of a smart approach to performance.
Oh yeah, the
in
Fox
Metal
engine.
Gear
That
Solid
thing's
5.
insane.
Fox engine, which could produce incredible detail, but at the same time works smoothly on all devices, including the PS3. What's more, the adaptive display technology adjusted.
Not just that, but there's this one other game that's recently coming out called Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert. I heard about this one. Where it's going to be like a not first person, but single player game from like MMO devs, right? And they purposely built their engine to have crazy high draw distances and like high detail and all this other things like that. And it looks like a dream. Like it doesn't look like it can be real, but it's real. And they purposely built their engine to have that high level of detail at very good uh frame rates, right? Glaze for my friends. Yeah, like just to prove my point, let's just look at it real quick here. I gotta go back to, what am I opening it? I could just do this. Look at new tab. And then I go Crimson Desert. Third person, a mecha dragon in there, I think. I heard mecha. It's not so much like a mecha dragon you can pilot or something, but it like there's a robot dragon for sure. Where is? Stop talking about it. Where's the trailer? Crimson Desert trailer. There we go. Release window announcement. That should be fine. Now, mind you, you're watching this through 2 levels of compression, so things aren't gonna be like one for one. But all of this, like volumetric clouds, all this level of detail in the world, right? They purposely built the engine for this.
Continent of Pywell.
And that looks fucking huge.
A land soaked in blood.
All these effects, these
By the battles
visuals.
of those who seek peace and those who seek to shatter it. Here begins the saga.
Like, look at this. You can't even dream to get shit like this in Unreal. At a good frame rate.
Of the Greybeards.
Oh wait, hang on. That was a cool shot.
Begins the saga of the Greybeards.
Like, look at that. That looks so cool. And they purposely built the engine to have all these cool effects.
Who brought chaos to Providence.
All the detail. Like, look at the rocks. Look at the rocks. Okay, that's a little bit low res because the.
There are beings who brought chaos to Providence.
Okay, kind of. Hang on. Let me try to.
There are beings who brought chaos.
Come on, skip back a couple frames. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at those rocks. Look at the grass. Mind you, it looks like there's some kind of like effect going to kind of like hide with. Oh, right here is actually kind of good. But look at the grass. Look at the leaves. Look at the rocks in the distance. Look at that. That's crazy.
Who brought chaos to Providence. The rifts they have created will return everything to nothingness. We seek to.
Well, hang on. I gotta go back and take a look at that rain. I gotta go back and look at that rain. Yeah, look at that. You can see the fucking raindrops. It's light amount of rain. But look at that. Look at the detail. It's crazy.
Seek to correct this.
I have my own mission,
Either sir.
seeking out my Greybeard comrades.
What I can tell you now is that this mission will restore the disrupted Providence.
That's fucking insane. That looks so. Wait, was that a custom character? Oh, and you got custom characters too. That's awesome.
For those who have died. For those who
And you
have
could ride a
survived.
fucking dragon in this, man.
And for those
I'm still
who will
looking
live
forward to
on.
this. I've been leaving myself kind of blind because like I saw like a little bit and I was like, oh man, this looks cool. I can't wait. Can't believe you can ride a dragon now. Damn. They just keep adding more and more shit to it. It's ridiculous. And it looks so
This
good.
is our
Like, look at this. Look at all the fire. That looks almost real.
mission.
coming late 2025. I don't. Oh, you can. Oh, that's on PlayStation 5. It's coming late 2025, so it might be different for. Hang on. Let me. I gotta take a moment. Comes in. Is it actually out? Oh no, pre-purchase. Oh, it's coming in March. Okay. Putting that on my wish list. Alrighty. But yeah, that engine is purpose built for all those graphics and details and stuff like that, right? An Unreal Engine cannot handle the stuff that that game can do, right? Just to put it in perspective, because of their shortcuts, the shortcuts they're using works well for movies, like the dude said, but it doesn't work well for games because, like, are you fucking stupid doing all that shit live all the time? That's just a recipe for disaster.
Adjusted the graphics in real time so that the game always ran smoothly. But it's a new world, and in the new world, doing stuff well doesn't pay money. Making stuff fast, selling it fast, and making the next stuff is what pays money. Nowadays,
I don't care about what I give you, I just want money.
games are released before they are properly debugged. And now
Yup.
add to that the rising prices of hardware, scalpers, and the general greed of corporations that want to sell more and more. PC gaming has long ceased to be affordable. Now it is simply a luxury. First and foremost, developers should think about a wide audience of gamers.
It's a luxury in the AAA. If you look for the indie and all that stuff like that, man, you will find so many good games. Like some of the demos I'm going to show off today, for example. I got 3 fun ones lined up. But in the AAA space, it is a luxury at this point. Like you're not buying games for a great experience. You're buying games to brag at this point, because none of the AAA games have good stories. They're not good products. They're not, like, nothing about them is, like, worth it anymore, right? Indie, though, that's a whole other different story.
Of gamers, not about what interested gaming journalists who can run the game on maximum settings will say about it.
Game scripts.
I'm a
Oh,
big fan of good plots in video games.
I literally just touched on this. I can't believe it.
In fact, if a game has a bad story, I won't play it, even if it has great graphics and gameplay. Over the last decades, the gaming industry has shown that drawn characters
I will personally say stories don't matter too much to me, you know, because I can play games with bad stories as long as the game is fun, right? As long as the story isn't so fucking stupid and it takes itself seriously, right? If it does both at the same time, then I bounce off it like a rubber ball bouncing off a metal plate. Like I just ricochet off that shit. But like if it's something like Earth Defense Force, where it's basically a B movie plot, and like ultimately it kind of matters, but it's not taking itself too seriously. I'm all in. I'm invested. I like a good B movie plot, but you know when you get things like The Last of Us 2, where you know it's a revenge plot, where you don't even get the choice to actually enact your revenge or you know let them go and still lose in the end. Like it's fucking that's another thing. I'm so tired of fucking revenge plots. I'm just so done with revenge plots. Uh, it's always written so poorly. That's just a whole other tangent that I can go on, but I just wanted to just mention that real quick. I love their new game, Full Metal Schoolgirls. I gotta look into this right now. That sounds like it's gonna be a crazy awesome game. Give me a sec here. Give me a quick sec. Full Metal Schoolgirl. Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm sold. That's going on the wish list. I don't even need to see any more. 6 seconds in, I'm sold. Alright. It's a roguelike and it's old. It's out now. I love the song so much. Yeah, no, that was awesome. Alright. Back to the main topic.
Characters and thousands of lines of code can tell a story that is as good as the best Hollywood movies. But just like the movie industry with its constant remakes, stretched out franchises for the sake of money, and cliched plots, the video game storyline has also degraded. But why? Why do we want to erase our memories so that we can play games like Mafia 2, The First The Last of Us, or Assassin's Creed 2 for the first time? And we also want to erase our memory to forget the existence of such garbage.
Not again! I hate this game so much. Why does it exist?
Garbage that has been coming out in recent years. Why do writers no longer want to create good stories for video games? And why even the outstanding franchises that once served as the benchmark for storytelling excellence in the industry have turned into formulaic slag that suffers from self-repetition and does not try to offer something truly high quality and fresh? In this video, I will analyze in detail the main components of the game script so that we can understand why we think that good stories are disappearing and how exactly narratives in game worlds are degrading. There are 5 main components of each scenario. I'm
gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna take a wild guess at what some of these are. One obviously there's gonna be the characters are just poorly written, just in a lot of cases. The plots aren't so much plots anymore, but narrative pushing. The themes are always the same thing. The world is barely ever written properly, and I'm gonna say pacing is always fucked. I'm gonna guess. I'd imagine they touch one of those things. But that's my prediction on what he's gonna say.
If I worked for one of the consulting companies, I would.
Oh no!
More, but
oh no! Oh, he's going all in.
But I am not a racist or sexist, and I do not believe that some groups of people are more important than others, as Sweet Baby and others do. So, each of these components is in every script for every book, movie, or game. Each of these components is just as important as the other, and each of them has been degraded in the game industry. The first thing we'll talk about is the characters. I don't need to explain how important this aspect is in every game. Games, unlike movies, provide a unique opportunity not just to watch the characters, but to live their lives, make their decisions, and feel their losses as your own. They are a bridge between the player and the story, through which we can feel part of this world. Let's try to understand why. For example, Joel from The Last of Us and Vito from Mafia 2 are such cool characters whose stories we return to again and again. Vito Scaletta is the protagonist of Mafia 2. He had clear motives. He wanted to...
Fun fact. Literal fun fact. Vito Scaletta, his last name, I literally ripped for one of my characters that I own. Just, change some of the letters around. Because I just like the dude so much. I loved Mafia 2's story so much. It was such a good game that it just inspired me to make a character that had, I guess, a similar-ish tragic backstory type thing, but do my own thing with it. Just a fun fact.
to get out of poverty and find his American dream by any means necessary. That's why we emphasize with his story and his losses, because his path from a petty thief to a member of the mafia family was morally understandable to us. His motivations were clear and down to earth, and they coincide with most of the players. Conversely, Joel didn't have a clear motivation from the beginning. It came from the circumstances of the game. But thanks to the fact that the writers were able to clearly describe his psychological portrait, which was made complex and realistic, like every person, with all their good qualities and bad. His loss, which we were shown at the beginning of the game, as well as what the world turned into, made Joel who he became and helped develop him as a character. Every action and decision he made throughout the game was clear to us, even though that could be described as horrible and possibly wrong from a moral point of view. But we understood why he was doing it because we felt his pain and his reasons. And this is actually a perfect example of a very well written character. Just imagine, the scriptwriters were able to make us support and fully understand the decision of a man who decided to save only one girl who was nobody to him instead of saving humanity. And all thanks to his backstory, which was properly...
And just to also put it into perspective, you know, quote unquote, saving humanity, that was such a fucking gamble that for it to happen based on what you knew about the faction, that sacrificing her probably wouldn't even save the world. Sacrificing Ellie probably wouldn't even save the world. Just to put that into perspective.
Realized that it was the prologue in which the future foundation of Joel's psychology was laid. When he kills a doctor who is trying to find a vaccine to save humanity and then kills dozens of people in the hospital, it sounds like a fucking maniac, but it wasn't. Ellie was also well written, a girl who was born into a cruel and punitive world, who did not have the love and nurturing that modern children have, grew up into a rough girl who could defend herself. Even her constant swearing looked quite natural and not rejecting. The same cannot be said about the protagonist of the recent game Forspoken. At first, it may seem like the writers used...
Oh no, not that game. Oh, why? I can't believe I did magic. Fuck, I hate it when they do that Marvel crap nowadays. I'm so sick and tired of that Marvel crap. Can games and movies and all this stuff stop trying to be Marvel funny? I'd love that. I would love if they did that. Honestly.
Use the same techniques to create Frey as they did for Ellie. The constant swearing that was probably supposed to make her cool. I don't know.
Shit, fuck, shit, 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 shit.
The dangerous world in which she has to be strong and fight for her survival is very similar to Ellie's story. But why does everything in Forspoken feel so cheap and empty? Frey is a prime example of how writers don't understand what makes a character truly alive and well developed. And the attempts of the developers and some consulting company to make the character trendy and attractive to...
Oh my god, he's ripping out everything. Oh, not but... I can't believe... I still can't believe that Black Girl Gamers fucking initiative exists. It's so stupid. Oh. Just let people make games. If you have to go out of your way to find people to make these games, they clearly do not have the chops, the willpower, or the initiative to do something good with it. If you have to go out of your way to do it, it's not gonna work. And I just fucking stop. If the person has no interest in doing it originally without being paid a shitload of money out of the gate, they're probably gonna do shit things. Honestly.
To a young audience look like a cringe. Instead of making Frey an interesting, deep personality, her lines often sound like they were written by children.
Did I just do that?
Well, definitely with my assistance.
I hate this.
I did not just do that.
Constant sarcastic comments and jokes not only break the tone of the game, but also alienate the player from the character. Although, this same sarcasm seemed to work well for Ellie.
They turn into fucking monkeys.
The dialogue in Forspoken, which are supposed to reveal the character, look like conversations from Netflix series for teenagers.
Well, it isn't worth anything. Well, why can't I have it?
Because I'll kill you. Shut up.
It's noticeable when Frey starts complaining about her life, but she does it in a way that makes the player sympathize more with the person who has to listen to her monologues than with the character herself.
I didn't have a mother or a father that wanted me.
I don't give a shit.
Oh my god, 100%. There's honestly so many of these new games nowadays feels like a fucking therapy session from the developers nowadays. That is such a thing to point out that I haven't realized. It oh man, why does it keep happening too? Like I get write what you know, but if you're what you write is so fucking stupid, boring, and preachy, like just stop. You don't have to write, you know, you could just make a fun game.
Let's also mention Danny Rojas, the protagonist of Far Cry 6. He's so unlikable
Oh,
that
yeah.
this is probably the first time you've heard his name. This is a character that the player can customize by choosing a gender, but that's where Danny's personality ends. His or her dialogue often boils down to banal phrases that are supposed to show him or her as an ordinary.
Banal? Banal? I think he means banal. Or benign, maybe? But
Her dialogue often boils down to banal phrases that are supposed to show him or her as an ordinary person, but instead make the character so faceless that it's hard to even remember any memorable moments with his or her participation. Although, to
Yep.
be fair, I don't remember there ever being a good protagonist in the entire Far Cry series.
Good. You know what? No, Jason is a good protagonist in the Far Cry series. He is. Even to this day, I still remember Jason. And that's Far Cry 3. Because they did the ordinary guy thrown in a crazy situation thing with him so well and in such a believable way that it felt genuine. And I can it feels personable in a weird way. You know what I mean? Like still he's pretty, faceless as it comes down to personality, but when it comes to his reactions and his his demeanor as it progresses through the game, it really puts into perspective the character, you know? And in Far Cry 2, you had multiple characters you could play as. So like I wouldn't count that one that much and because like the one you play as has no voice, really. So, there's that. Far Cry 1 was just a, straightforward action rail thing. 4 Pagan Min was kind of the star of the show there. I don't remember the pro tag there. Primal I haven't played. And I don't know what that last one is.
Which is not the case with the antagonists. Oh yeah, probably a whole generation of gamers jerked off to Voss from Far Cry 3. But even without taking into account his popularity, which may have been overrated, he's a very good example of what a villain should look like. He remained in the player's memory because of his unpredictability and philosophical digressions. Even with all his fucking insanity, we understood him and why he was like that because the writers were able to reveal the background of his formation. Okay, now let's take a look at the main antagonist of
I did love 5 for how dumb it was. That's fair. Oh right, 5. You're the constable in that one, right? And you're a voiceless one in that. 5 was fun. I did like 5. That fucking the song there, keep your gun by your side or whatever it was. That is such a good song. Honestly, it's unironically such a good song. Oh, ads. Take an ad break. Do some side yapping. There we go. But yeah, oh. Honestly. They don't make games like they used to. I'm trying to think. Since we're on the Far Cry topic, what are... I did like 2 a lot as well. Far Cry 2. That was fun. I like that a lot. The thing that really got me really invested in it was just the environmental destruction. The thing that really pulled me away from it though was malaria. Like why did they have to add that as a mechanic? Like it didn't, it didn't come up often where it'd fuck you up, but it was often enough that it was like annoying. Which I mean, if that was the thing that they were trying to get across, that was the they did a good job with it. All right. Get a sip of water. All right. So ads are almost over. I'm gonna start packing away my ad stuff. There we go. Wait a couple more seconds. And go.
Of Far Cry 6. Compared to him, Anton Castillo looks like a very cliched tyrant who simply serves as additional advertising to sell the game. Antagonists in modern games have generally become a symbol of simplification and cliche. I really can't think of a single good villain that really felt like a villain. It could be a charismatic tyrant like Pagan Ming, or Dash van der Linde, who turns from your friend and mentor into an enemy who doesn't just do evil for evil's sake. His choices are dictated by his fear of change and loss of freedom. The main antagonist may not even be human. In The Last of Us, the role of the villain is played by a cruel world that has lost its humanity and hope. In my opinion, the attempt to please everyone plays a big role in the degradation of characters. Many modern games feature neutral and safe characters who try to avoid conflicting traits or sensitive topics. As a result, we get characters that are indifferent, and this simplification is so noticeable that it even goes beyond the plot and directly affects the gameplay. Star Wars Jedi Survivor is not a bad game, but man, there are so many faceless secondary characters. In fact, they just serve as a guide or explanation rather than real personalities. In The Witcher 3, you didn't just take another quest from another character. You understood why this quest was so important to him. You experienced the story of the Blood Baron because the developers gave a shit about his emotions and the motivation behind his actions. You were drowning in tears at the end of Mafia 2 because Joe, although not the main character, the writers managed to reveal his relationship with the main characters so that we could get attached to him. Because throughout the game, this secondary character was properly involved in the main story. He had his own tragedies and his own difficult decisions. But in addition to a properly written lore, characters need something else to be properly integrated into the story. And that is conflict. Now, I'll try to explain what conflict is for a character. For example, you are the main character in your own life, and now you have a quest to watch this video to the end without writing a shitty comment. But on the other hand, you have a sincere desire to write what an asshole Radical Cap is, and the struggle with yourself is your conflict. You fight it, and you fight, and eventually lose. And you write, I'm an asshole. In video games, conflict is a central problem or series of problems that force characters to act. It can be an external conflict, such as with enemies or circumstances, or internal conflict, such as with personal fears or moral choices. In RDR2, the internal conflict is mostly
I'm getting what
editors
he's
in
putting
Arthur
down.
Morgan's struggle between his loyalty to the gang and his own moral principles. God of War is also based on an internal conflict. Yes, we have some shitty situations with the gods and monsters of Norse mythology, but it mostly exists for a beautiful background. In fact, the main conflict of Kratos is his internal struggle with his violent past and his attempt to become a better father for Atreus. It is his struggle with his own emotions and his desire to teach Atreus to live differently from himself that drives the story. External conflict can also be the basis for a good script. In the Assassin's Creed series, before it became shit, it was an external conflict between the two organizations of the Assassins and the Templars. In the Far Cry series, before it became shit, the external conflict was also about surviving in a region filled with terrorists and saving yourself and your loved ones. But in fact, writers reached their peak when they managed to write both internal and external conflicts well. In Spec Ops: The Line, the protagonist, Captain Walker, faces the external conflict of surviving in post-apocalyptic Dubai and completing a rescue mission, but he also has an internal conflict, his struggles with the moral consequences of his actions. The game simply forces the player to question whether he is really a hero or a criminal who justifies his terrible actions with the illusion of heroism. Multi-conflict is also well presented in Detroit Become Human. Kara, Connor, and Marcus face an external conflict with a system that oppresses androids. But the real depth of the story lies in the
not so much on that one. I see what you're going there, but a little bit of a
survival.
It's not written well.
Whereas Connor is torn between the programmed code that makes him serve people and the newly discovered emotions that make him go beyond his machine mind. Now let's see what kind of conflicts new games give us. Most studios create conflict in their games simply as a banal obstacle. Cliched stories where we need to destroy crowds of NPCs because they're
I'm
bad,
pretty sure when he says
boss
banal,
because
he
he's
means
also bad.
benign.
But it's not even as boring as probably more cliched conflict in new video games. Just becoming the big guy, where you need to deal with another rival organization, as it was in the last Saints Row, or just capture some territory, which is the main conflict in almost all the latest Ubisoft games, and not only. But man, can repeating the same things throughout the game for some ephemeral goal, like just destroying bad people because they're bad, be a good conflict? The main problem is that developers try to compensate for the weakness of conflicts through large-scale, repetitive actions, which makes the story cliched and predictable in almost all cases. Oh man, we're finally getting to the plot. It's probably the most important part of any script and the most dreaded in modern games.
Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't put the conflict thing in with the plot, because I personally would have done that, but I agree with him to an extent, but I'm more like you on Deep Become Human. Yeah, no, I do get his point that he's making with Detroit Become Human, but man, it is not written well. It is not written well at all. Like, you got an interesting concept there, for sure, 100%. I can fully agree with you there. Method of execution has a lot to be desired.
Games. The plot is a chain of events that moves the story forward. Of course, we'll mention RDR2 now. For all its immersiveness and very slow gameplay, the story in this game develops so well that it doesn't make you bored at all. We constantly change locations with our gang, and these
I'll be honest. Yeah, no, I did get bored with RDR2. I just, yeah. For Detroit Become Human, oh man, I don't even know where to start with that one. There's so many contrivances in the plot that like it takes like a serious concept and makes it like stupid, you know. It is, you know, like the Connor example where, you know, a robot learning emotions and trying to deal with that, you know. 28 stab wounds. Like, what? like I get it was supposed to be like, you know, like a tense moment. It's so over the top it becomes comical. You know? Or was it 29? I don't remember. I don't remember. It was 20 something stab wounds. Like again, good concepts all around, 100%. But the execution, a lot to be desired.
and these locations
Hey, it was intensely funny. Good one, man.
throw up different scenario arcs and unexpected developments in the main story. For all its slowness, and perhaps even its length, this game is still considered the best for me in terms of plot. Another good example is Assassin's Creed 2. Even at the opening credits,
Yep.
you already
Assassin's Creed
realized
2 had
that
a
there
good
was
story.
going to be a fucking epic story, and it didn't matter that the credits appeared almost in the middle of the game. But this is the benchmark for what a game's cliffhanger should be. One that can instantly grab the player. And after the beginning, the story develops no less coolly. We see how the life of Ezio, a young and carefree aristocrat, turns into a real tragedy when his family is betrayed and killed. This moment is shocking and gives the player a clear goal of revenge. The story does not stand still, constantly revealing new conspiracies and intrigues. The game itself ends with a mystery, the first civilization, which creates the impression that this is just the beginning of a bigger story, which allowed Ubisoft to make some more money on the next two parts of Ezio's story. In The Walking Dead by Telltale Games, the story begins with the player's immersion in the zombie apocalypse, but this is only the background. The opening sequence, where Lee meets little Clementine, creates an emotional connection that becomes the heart of the game. Unexpected twists and turns, difficult decisions, and the deaths of the key characters always keep the player on their toes.
Yes.
And the ending of the first season, man, I was not ready for that. Mass Effect 2 demonstrates how to build a climax properly. The whole plot is a preparation for a great sacrifice, which in the end works very hard for the player. BioShock deserves special attention because of its unexpected twist. The player thinks that he is just completing a task and helping the rebel, but then it turns out that all his actions were manipulated. The single phrase,
"Would you kindly?"
has more cultural significance than all Ubisoft's scripts over the past 5 years together. But what's the situation with story?
Don't even get me started with the "would you kindly" thing. That was such a crazy fucking plot twist. Man. I'm just a puny guy. What do you want to do?
Stories in the industry now. It's really bad. Over the past few years, I've never experienced a masterpiece plot. Maybe a few good ones, but for the most part, projects that had potential turned out to be very bad in terms of story. In Gotham Knights, the story starts with an interesting tie.
I will say, with as simple as a story, because I saw Dying Light 2, it just, like, my brain just triggered, like, you know, sleeper agent mode on Dying Light. For Dying Light 1 and 3 especially, they weren't, like, ever phenomenal stories, but they kept you invested enough that you just it just works, man. It just works. Telltale, I miss you. Would you kindly tell me? Gotham Knights, though.
Tie-in, the death of Batman. Gotham needs new heroes, and after 4 parts of the Batman game, it's a pretty logical and interesting decision. But why the fuck did the developers implement it so poorly? The potential of this idea is quickly squandered at the very beginning of the game. Instead of developing the theme of the loss of a mentor, the game turns into a lot of similar missions against the organization of the Court of Owls, or something like that, which have no dramatic weight. The characters are uninteresting and faceless. There's no suspense throughout the game, and the ending doesn't leave you with a sense of accomplishment or achievement. After the success of the first installment, Horizon Forbidden West had great opportunities for a deep story, but the plot is too overloaded.
Oh my god, don't even get me started with the Horizon. The first game, the story was fine. It was serviceable. But it didn't have anything going for it that really was like, oh yeah, you know, this definitely deserves a sequel. It was just set up in a way that it was like, oh hey, you know, this is gonna be more of the same thing you'll ever see again. And then the second game came out, and it's literally just like, hey, remember the first game? Yeah, we got more gang now. Gotham Knight sucks. Don't worry about Gotham Knight. It's a game that was going to be a fucking MMO, and they ripped out the MMO in the worst ways, and it still sucks.
overloaded with tribal politics and complex world details that are not presented in an interesting way. The developers are trying to make the world multifaceted and complex. But why? It doesn't affect or develop the plot in any way.
The reason why they're making the world complex and multifaceted, quote unquote, is because they don't want to tell a story. They're setting up a setting so then they can make more games in it. That's it. They're not interested in telling a story. They're just interested in making a world that they can make endless games in, like Assassin's Creed. That's what they're trying to do.
Even in the first half of the game, I simply stopped following the events because they seemed too mechanical, predictable, and complicated. Dying Light 2 is another failed sequel in terms of plot. It was supposed to be a serious story about survival in a world where moral dilemmas become more important than fighting the infected, but the plot turned out to be too vague and uninteresting. Many missions don't add anything to the overall story, and they have more in common with Ubisoft games than with the first part of Dying Light. I also want to mention Mass Effect Andromeda. I believe that this game shouldn't have been made at all.
Oh my god, don't even get me started with Andromeda. Oh, there's so many points in Andromeda where they like try to give you like a big moral choice, but it doesn't fucking matter. Because these moral choices are made in such a stupid way where like you know what? Let me tell you the one that really got me to just fucking abandon the game. So, there's this one point that you get to where you need to raid a tower from the evil aliens to try to save a bunch of the good aliens in this Andromeda universe, where, mind you, just a whole other tangent, there's only 2 fucking new alien species in this game when you're in a whole new fucking galaxy. Like, excuse me, like, there should be more. Ugh. And then the evil aliens have these like towers to convert other aliens into their species type thing, because they're like a weird parasite thing, I guess. And so they abducted a lot of the native aliens to the area, brought them to the tower, and then you got to go to the tower to save these captured aliens, right? You go through the tower, kill literally everything, and then you're given a choice at the end of going, oh, hey, you only have a choice of, you know, destroying the tower or saving the aliens. You can't do both. You got to go through the tower to destroy it, and you need to go through the tower to save them. Why can't you do both at the same time? While you're saving them, plant the bombs. Then when you get all the aliens out, kaboom! Hell, it doesn't even have to be a whole fucking destruction, right? If you destroy it enough, it's still a big enough kick to their nuts that, like, it's gonna slow them down a lot. Like, but it's framed in a way where you can only do one or the other. I hate it. It's so stupid. Just I like Mass Effect a little bit. Couldn't you tell?
The first 3 Mass Effect titles were BioWare's magnum opus in terms of plot. The trilogy was logically completed, and it seems like no one needed Andromeda except EA investors. From the very beginning, the plot of the 4th Mass Effect installment looked too simple for a franchise of this magnitude. The plot about the colonization of a new galaxy might have promised some kind of epic story, but the development of events was reduced to completing tasks for the sake of developing the base, not because of dramatic events or unexpected twists. But in the script of any work, there is a component that can either save any average plot or not very interesting characters, or vice versa, make even the best story boring. And this is the setting. A well-chosen setting can easily immerse the player in another world, create an atmosphere that enhances the plot, and provide a context for the events. If the setting is well created by the writers, the game world can be a separate character in itself, telling a story through architecture, landscape, sound, and even color palette. Let's look back at Skyrim. It seemed to be just a game about dragons and a medieval fantasy world. However, every village, every ruin or mountain has its own story that can be felt without even dialogues. Abandoned fortresses hint at ancient battles, taverns are filled with character about current events, and meetings with travelers on the trails add a sense of reality. We are not just completing a task, we enjoy learning about the culture of the Norsemen, observing their tradition and conflicts.
The Norsemen? They're the Nords! Oh my god. How do you fuck up that? So, they're just Nords! Skyrim is for the Nords! Bro, how could you fuck up that? Jeez!
Completely different, but no less ingenuous approach is demonstrated by BioShock with its underwater city Rapture. This is a place where the ambitions of humanity collided with its greed and irresponsibility. Yes. Rapture's not just a backdrop for the action, it is a symbol of the decline of utopia, and every crack in the walls, a remnant of luxury, tells the tragic story of the city's inhabitants. The atmosphere is so tense that even the simple sound of water or
and mind you, for BioShock, the first one, there is still pockets that aren't fucked up, like the areas you travel to, but you just happen to only be stuck in the fucked up places. They should have added more parts that weren't fucked up, so you could, you know, see how it was imagined, right? And then, like, you know, you could tie in a whole fucking thing where it's like these people are living in a dream, basically, where they think everything's fine. Like that would have went so hard. That would have just a nice little layer to add on top of it to just make it seem so much more believable. That would have been awesome.
Or the echo of footsteps can cause fear. The history of the city is literally written on its walls. At the same time, both parts of Red Dead Redemption show how you can use a realistic setting to convey a sense of time and place.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm probably gonna get some flack for this, but I'm gonna be 100% honest. Red Dead Redemption 2 is overrated. It's a good story, don't get me wrong, but it's not like peak cinema. It's really not. And the gameplay, it's the worst of all the Grand Theft type games, right? It's genuinely the worst. There's no choice, there's no options. It is the worst movie game I have ever experienced. You have very little choice in an open world game. Like, come on, like, what the fuck? Honestly. And just don't get me wrong, you know, it's a fine game if you like it. I don't care. But it's so fucking overhyped. I'm tired. I'm not sugarcoating it. Everyone that keeps going, oh, it's so good, it's so fantastic. Same people with fucking, like, Breath of the Wild. It is not a Zelda game. It is not. It's a fine game, don't get me wrong. It is a good game, even. But it's not a Zelda game. End of story. There's no dungeons. You don't get equipment as you keep progressing. It's just, you get the stuff on the plateau and you're done. There's nothing new to find. I'm tired of pretending it's a fantastic Zelda game. It's not. It's not even a Zelda game. It's still a good game. If they made it their own fucking thing, yeah, I wouldn't complain at all. But I love Zelda. I grew up on the old stuff. And that stuff had better exploration than Breath of the Wild. Hell, even the first one had better exploration than Breath of the Wild. It's a new type. It's not a Zelda game. It's not a new type of Zelda game. It's just not a Zelda game. It's just not. Like, the older Zelda games was basically... How would I explain it? It would be... the older Zelda games was basically a sort of contained Castlevania. or Metroidvania type thing. You'd go to a dungeon, find a new piece of gear, then complete that dungeon with a new piece of gear, and then use that new piece of gear to go to areas you haven't been yet, and find the next dungeon, get another piece of gear, then and repeat the cycle. Right? That's what it is. 100%. But they got rid of all of that for Breath of the Wild, and it's not it anymore. It's Breath of the Wild, not a Zelda game. AC6 at least yeah, no, AC6 is still Armored Core. They instead of well, yeah, no, it's still Armored Core from start to different. God of War Ragnarok is not God of War cuz yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It's a different game. Now some games can evolve and become different games for sure. Some games do it better than others. God of War Ragnarok does it better than Breath of the Wild 100%, but it's still a different game than God of War. Because the older God of Wars were more action, it was just flat out action games, right? Like, but then they added RPG stuff in Ragnarok and then changed the camera to make it third person to get their movie moments, right? And it's still a good enough change that it's still God of War enough, but it's not God of War, you know? I like when companies branch out for series, but sometimes it needs yeah, exactly Wars. Like sometimes like I could see a thing where they made Legend of Zelda actually open world and it actually be a Legend of Zelda game, right? Like you'd still go to the different temples and, get your equipment, things like that, and you wouldn't be able to explore other areas as well without certain pieces of gear, and you'd keep adding on like that to the point where like, you know, for example, let's say like what would be a good piece of gear to perfectly example this? Twilight Princess. There was the top thing, the spinner. Um you could have areas in the world where you need the spinner to traverse quickly, right? And like in the desert, just leave it similar enough, right? In the desert area, you need the spinner to get through different ruins and things like that, or even just get around the world a little bit faster because there's the spinner rails to go across. You could use it to cross like mud pits or sand pits or things like that. You get my idea, right? And instead, you just get magic tablet. It's not a Zelda game, but it's a Zelda game. Catch my flow. No, it's a game with Zelda's skin. That's it. And it wears it poorly. I can go on this whole tangent rant for hours, honestly. It is and I'm and Breath of the Wild is just the worst example of this stuff, honestly. Because like they took out Zelda's soul and made it open world. You know? That's what I meant. Oh, okay. And I just I hate it. It's a different type of game. Yeah, again, if they didn't make it a Zelda game and made it its own thing, right? I wouldn't be complaining as much because basically because of Breath of the Wild, they killed Legend of Zelda. So I'm not going to be able to get that old stuff that I used to like anymore. especially like a new Twilight Princess. Uh, I like Twilight Princess was peak Legend of Zelda. Honestly, it's nothing, especially for the 3D ones, the like the 3D adventure ones like Ocarina of Time and things like that. Twilight Princess is peak for that. Worst Zelda game is still 2. Yeah, that one was pretty rough. If they made it its own thing, it won't live up to what it is now. And if that's the case, it really shouldn't have existed. I'm going to be blunt. Some games just don't need to exist. If the game only succeeds because of its name, it's still not a good game. Well, a bit of an extreme example, but you know what I mean, right? If the game was a fine game and it was catapulted into a 10 out of 10 because of its name, no, it's not. Its face is open world, pre 2020s, heck, can argue it still is. I mean, yeah, but I I still don't want Legend of Zelda to die because of Breath of the Wild, which it kind of is at this point. It's not doing Legend of Zelda things anymore. They try to bring it back a little bit with Tears of the Kingdom, but it's still not the same thing. Open world, hate them or love them or hate them. The reason why open world games got so quote unquote popular is because AAA gaming decided this is the only type of game we're going to ever make again. That is the only reason why for a long time it was the quote unquote popular thing, because they didn't want to make anything else. You got to play Zelda, take it or leave it. I would have left it. If I could go back in time and tell myself, you know, hey, do you want to be unhappy later in life knowing you played a game that's probably killed a series that you loved? I would 100% not play Breath of the Wild. Echoes of Wisdom. I'll have to look into that later. Anyway, that's a whole tangent that we went on just because of that. Let's go back on
the Wild
topic.
West in the game is not a cruel and harsh world where the strongest survive, but a romanticized version of it. The locations are not only beautiful, but also functional. The player feels how this world works. Trains come on schedule, cities live their own lives, and nature reacts to the change of time of day. Now let's look at where things went wrong. Let's take Forspoken. Despite the visually appealing world of Athia, which was the main focus of this game, it quickly becomes clear that this world is empty. Even though the location looks fine, they don't want you to explore them because they lack a story. The developers didn't have enough creativity or money, but all the missions look mechanical, and the NPCs who were supposed to animate this world lack any personality. Even big studios with big franchises behind them are no longer able to create worlds that stay in the player's memory. Remember, as soon as Star Wars Outlaws was announced, it seemed like it might finally be a good Ubisoft, and it was mostly because of the atypical setting for the studio, which was already a cult in culture. All they had to do to not shit themselves was to make it on the same level as EA did before them. The Star Wars Galaxy is a legendary global franchise that has been creating unique planets filled with life, diverse cultures, and intrigue for decades. But something went wrong in Outlaws. The planets, while visually beautiful, offer nothing to make the player believe in their authenticity. There's a lack of interactivity in this game, and each planet looks like just a set of zones to complete missions. Skull and Bones has a similar problem. It is another failed Ubisoft project. 10 years ago, the studio showed how to create an ideal world.
You know what? that's one thing to also notice, especially with Ubisoft games nowadays. Every game that they make, the setting just feels so, what's it, theater park like. You know? It's like everything is a set piece that doesn't matter and has no story to it, right? They don't make a setting that's believable anymore, you know? You Unity has its moments. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not the best of Assassin's Creed, but it's good. It's good. It is a very good Assassin's Creed. There's not it's one of those Assassin's Creed, once they fixed it, that like, how would I word it? It has enough good stuff going with it with nothing offensive that it's pretty good. It's a pretty solid one. It's your favorite one? Yeah. I mean, I could see it. I can see it.
World in Black Flag. The audience really liked this game and wanted a sequel, but this is not the same studio as it used to be. We got a boring live service that took 7 years to develop. Skull and Bone is a great example of how a game with an ambitious
Does
setting
it 7
can
years?
lose
I
its
thought it was
potential.
more.
In Black Flag,
Hang on. I thought Black Flag, or not Black Flag. What's it called again? Skull and Bones. Didn't that thing have like 10 years of development? Skull and Bones. Assassin, or no. Development time. I knew Skull and Bones was more than 7 years. It restarted development 4 years ago. Wow. Okay. Oh, Skull and Bones, why can we build up our pirate base only once we go off the game? It is lost. That is stupid. No, Ezio Auditore is the best one. Period. End of story. Anyone else is just a wannabe. That Ezio Auditore is the best assassin. End of story.
each location had a meaning, and pirate battles, interaction with NPCs, and various events such as random attacks by warships, treasure hunts, or shark or whale hunts created a sense of a dynamic world. Instead, in Skull and Bones, the locations look template-like, and the basic survival mechanics quickly become routine. The game world doesn't feel alive. The player's actions exist in a vacuum without any impact on the overall context. There's a lack of interactivity that could make the world interesting. The usual shitty live service, which was expected to fail because no one needs it. A good set is not just about graphics or scale. It is a living space that can tell a story without words. Unfortunately, most modern games forget about this, focusing only on superficial aspects, which makes their worlds look soulless. And finally, let's talk about what theme is. The main idea or message of the story. A good story should give us something to think about, or some idea that the writers put into the plot. It can be a question of love, revenge, survival, self-sacrifice, or moral dilemmas. Remember the winter chapter of the first The Last of Us, where Ellie is forced to survive on her own?
That was a good
such
chapter.
A complex game has a lot of underlying ideas, but it was in this winter part where we first gained control over Ellie that we realized that Neil Druckmann was trying to immerse us in the theme of innocence facing a world of cruelty. Ellie, who has been more of a child in an adult world up until this point, is forced to make difficult decisions that reveal her.
They've forgotten their origins. They've forgotten who fucking made them. Where my boy? Where's my... Yeah, I remember that.
her strength, but also leave emotional scars. The culmination of this part is the final scene where Ellie single-handedly defeats the leader of the cannibals, creating a clear stage of transformation from a girl who depends on Joel to a strong person. However, this victory still leaves behind a sense of heaviness and trauma, which perfectly matches the overall mood of the game. Another example, probably one of my favorite games from Ubisoft in terms of story, is Valiant Hearts. It's funny because the studio, which is known for its failed projects that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, was able to make a great game with the best story for Ubisoft with a budget of a bag of chips and a busted can of Coke. Valiant Hearts tells the story
Valiant
of war
Hearts
from a
is a
human
good fucking
perspective,
story.
not from the point of view
I'm
of the heroic
surprised that
battles
it's
we are used to
actually
seeing. The main
pretty
theme of the
good.
game is the compassion and suffering of ordinary people during the First World War. The game makes you think about the cost of war through interaction with simple tasks that reflect the everyday life of the characters. For example, the moment when one of the characters helps to treat soldiers demonstrates how humanity can survive even in the darkest of times. But 10 years later, Ubisoft's writers decided that the main theme and ideas could be shit on. Far Cry 6 is an example of a game that had every chance to realize the deep theme of revolution, but instead turned into a set of cliches that make us not feel that freedom is worth fighting for. Horizon developers also degraded the theme. While the first part delved into the problems of the consequences of human impact on the environment and the ability to adapt, the second part boiled down to just a beautiful picture and a superficial story that leaves no emotional response. I don't want to analyze every game right now, but I really feel that the old games, which were mostly more serious, gave us complex themes and ethical dilemmas. The choice between good and evil
not all games back in the day, mind you, were like that, but when they wanted to take themselves seriously, they were able to, and when they didn't want to take themselves seriously, they were able to. Nowadays, everyone's worried about optics and all this other bullshit. That they lost sight of what makes a good plot because they're worried about like fucking awards or especially in AAA. They're worried about awards and all this other superficial bullshit that they're not worried about just making something good anymore, you know? They're making stuff that's like Oscar bait, you know what I mean? AC6 is goated, newish. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. They still took themselves seriously enough to get a story out there that is compelling, right? But they didn't, go so far that they're worried about like Oscar bait type shit. You know what I mean?
not only affected the plot, but also...
You know what? That's a perfect example why I think Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't that great. It feels more like Oscar bait than trying to be a good game. That is a much better explanation than what I was going with than before.
Also formed an emotional connection with the characters. You felt the weight of each decision and thought about its consequences. The games left room for internal conflicts and reflections, and after completing them, we felt heavy and deep. We didn't notice how this approach was replaced by superficial moves in story-based games, where the choice comes down to the obvious. The protagonist is always a hero, and he fights the bad guys because they are bad. This creates the illusion of choice, but in the end, it robs the story of the depth and gray morality that exists in our real world, where there is no simple good or simple evil. Games used to demonstrate that morality only makes sense when there is an alternative. If you don't have the choice to be evil, being good means nothing. Let me ask you a question.
Degradation of shooters. Oh, this is gonna be a topic that I am well versed in. Oh boy.
When was the last time you played a shooter that you really enjoyed? It may not have been that long.
For multiplayer, the finals 100%. For a campaign, single player campaign. Huh. And I'm going by, like release of game, not like latest game type shit. Um. Hmm. and it's got to be AAA because we're talking about AAA stuff. I'm gonna have to say Prey. Prey would be the last shooter game from AAA that's new that I actually enjoyed from start to finish. And like actual shooter game, not like a mech game or something specialized like that, right? Like something that's focused around shooting in some way. Prey would have to be the quote unquote newest one that I've played. Because I did like Cyberpunk, but not as much as Prey. I loved Prey. That was a good one. Cyberpunk did some things well, did a fair amount of things well, but they leaned more into the RPG than the shooter, so that's why I'm disqualifying that. So I'm talking more shooter, and Prey probably, yeah, Prey 100%. I'm going with Prey, and that is 2018, I think. Let me double check that. Wrong buttons. Prey game 2017. I wasn't far off. And then, if we're not counting the finals for a multiplayer game, and it has to be AAA. Actually, wait. Finals isn't AAA, so I'm gonna have to disqualify that. AAA multiplayer game that I actually enjoyed. That's a hard one. I'd have to say Black Ops 2. Yeah, Black Ops 2 is probably it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. And when was Black Ops 2 released? 2012. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Long ago, but then I'll ask you again. When was this game released? I can see that you're thinking right now. Most likely, this game was released a long time ago. Although we can say that this genre has simply died, and that studios have focused on other games.
Oh,
Actually,
no, that is not the case. They haven't died, and it's very much more a case of they don't care about you, and they just want to sell you things. And then because of that, they don't give a shit about the game. That is very much the case.
no. Shooters are still released quite often. However, most of them are just bad at best. Maybe we have one or two good shooters a year, but compared to what this game used to look like, it's a shame. Just look at how many good, great, and truly legendary shooters were released back then, all in 1 year. For me personally, this genre is quite personal. These were the
You know what? Let's just, if it's not for AAA, and we're talking about shooters in general, then yeah, Finals is 100% my multiplayer newest game that I love, and that released like 3 years ago. And for indie first person shooter, oh man, there's so many good ones. Oh, hang on. I gotta look at my Steam library for a quick sec here. Um, I want to filter it to single player and FPS. And then I want to organize by release. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Michael Punk. Oh, no, wait, no, that's mostly multiplayer. Because you're supposed to be like co-op groups of 4. Um, let's see. What are... No, Tainted Grail's an RPG. Hmm. World War Z is a fucking third... Well, it's a third-person shooter. I'll count that. You know what? I should add that. FPS... Actually, can I just... Shooter? There we go. Shooter. There we go. That's a few more. That looks right. Let's see. Um, the latest one that I like a lot. Atomic Heart is pretty good, but I wouldn't say that's the latest one. Oh man, I Divine Amber Mask. That was such a good game. Um. Let's see. I think it might be Mullet Mad Jack. When was this released? When was Mullet Mad Jack released? Oh, it's on sale on Steam right now. 2024. Okay, so that's Mullet Mad Jack. And then the other one I was thinking that I liked a lot that is latest was... What was it again? Atomic Heart. Yeah, Mullet Mad Jack is the newest one that I've played that I like a lot.
Were the first games I played as a kid. I still remember Wolfenstein Return to Castle, which terrified me as a child. The first
That was
Far
a good
Cry,
game.
which seemed incredibly realistic at the time, and of course the first 2 Call of Duty games, which probably made me fall in love with video games. If it wasn't for these shooters, maybe I wouldn't be playing video games now. I wouldn't be making these videos, and I
You know
have...
what? Just on a side tangent, what is the game that made me fall in love with games? I've never thought about that before. Everyone keeps saying things like that, and I've never put a thought to it. What is the game that I can look to that made me go, yeah, this is it? I hmm. I think it has to be Tron 2.0. Yeah, I think it has to be Tron 2.0. Yeah, that's it. That is 100% the game. Being able to marry that Tron aesthetic into a game, and not only do that, but do a genuine sequel to the movie in such a genuine way. Yeah, no, Tron 2.0, 100%. That is very much the game for me that made me go, yep, this is it. I love games. Or was it maybe Halo 1? One of those two. Halo 1 or Tron 2.0. One of those two games. Combat Evolved on the PC.
Have a good life. Fuck! I used to play Battlefield 2 as a kid saying, I can't wait for the future. The improvement of the game is going to be so insane. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Shooters, once the most popular genre, which in fact had the greatest impact on the heyday of the gaming industry, have now degraded the most. It is the games that are most loved by the audience that receive the least attention from developers today. And I don't want to say that the gaming industry is getting worse in general. No. We have many examples where genres such as online games, co-op, and almost every popular genre
Helldivers, if only they weren't shooting themselves in the foot every fucking week.
Few really strong releases a year. But for some reason, shooters are the most random releases today. In most cases, every new game is a disappointment. And for a long time, I couldn't understand why this particular genre has fallen so far behind the rest. I couldn't understand it until now.
Oh, is he gonna say it? Is he gonna say it?
Mid-2010s, and the gaming market was exploding. New generation consoles were becoming more and more popular. Online gaming was becoming mainstream, and DLC and digital distribution platforms were emerging. What was once just a product is turning into an entire ecosystem. Developers are beginning to realize now that nowadays a game is not just about selling it. It needs to be maintained. For a game to live, you need to return to it. And for a player to return, they need to be kept. And at this moment, we see how the very popular Call of Duty franchise has started to repeat itself very often. And this is very understandable. They are already releasing the 7th or 8th installment, but these self-repetitions are no longer happening in the franchise, but in the middle of even one game. The missions become trivial, boring, lacking something new, but still, shooters are still at a pretty good level. If in the early 2000s we received campaigns for different countries when we were thrown into different epic locations of the Second World War, then in the conditional world at war, this was no longer surprising to players. Anyway, this is a topic for a separate video, but I miss good shooters about the Second World War so much. When we played these first Medal of Honor or Call of Duty 2, and now you can see these dubious attempts to do something in this set from Activision and EA, you realize that modern game developers are detached not only from history, but also from reality. By the way, let's recall the Battlefield series, which became popular due to its unique map design, realistic physics, and the scale of the battle, also began its transformation in the same period, the first half of the decade. And yes, Bad Company 2 was also not bad, but it is already clear how developers have reached their peak in game design.
I just realized ads. Ad break. I should top up my water. I'll be back in a moment. Nope, don't wander away me. Come on. Hi. How are you? come here often. Alright, 1 second. I return. Alright. You know what, maybe I'll grab a soda. You know what, fuck it. I'm gonna grab a soda. I'll be back in another second. I return it again. Oh, well, kind of. Just give me a moment. There we go. I return with water and a soda. Excuse me? Alright, I'm back. Bloop. Go away. Alright, cool. And then... Alright, take it away,
And the internal structure
Red cap,
of the
radical cap.
projects. Almost all shooter mechanics were perfected then. We got good
Yep.
stealth shooters, great realistic military simulators, and trashy
Yep.
action games like Bulletstorm. This was
Yep.
the peak. And as always
Yep.
happens, after the peak, there is an inevitable decline. It's not
Oh,
that
yeah.
players didn't care about it, but publishers realized that if this genre wasn't changing somehow, it would most likely stop being played. And even the biggest franchises could die. At this point, publishers started creating games not to impress, but to retain. Instead of remember, it was come back tomorrow. And this is where the shooter genre became the perfect candidate for a destroy and monetize project.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. This genre is simple in its basic mechanics.
I thought,
With a huge audience and
I thought he was gonna go like, Black Ops. Especially, like, when was this video released? 3 months ago. Okay, no, that's not Black Ops. That's not... Black Ops 7 haven't came out yet.
and the highest interaction rate. It doesn't require lengthy explanations or long tutorials, complex mechanics, or a deep plot that not everyone will understand. Every shot, every kill, every action of the player is a ready-made trigger for a small reward that can be instantly converted into a way to make money. It is this speed and
Yep.
simplicity that has made shooters the most convenient field for experimenting with seasonal battle passes, cosmetic items,
Oh,
temporary
yeah.
events, and endless reward cycles.
You know, that
Because
makes
the
sense
simpler
why
the
it's-
mechanics, the easier
You know what? That makes sense why it's, like, I never thought of it that way, but that makes sense why it's so easily monetized because like like even you know what even with the finals like as much as I love the game like it's monetized a lot, you know. You got different character skins, you've got different pieces of like skins for like pants and shoes and all that, you know. You got gun skins, you got gun stickers, you've got gun charms, you've got you know, now there's tablet skins, you know. um there's like character effects too now. Like, there's a lot. I never thought of it that way until it was brought up. That is such a good point.
Easier it is to add something bright and unnecessary to it. Something that doesn't change the game, but creates a habit. And shooters, like a depressed teenager without a father, began a period of great transformation. From about 2015 to 2020, shooters finally lost their face. But the worst thing is not even that they started to change. The scary thing is how quickly they agreed to abandon everything that made them a genre. And if we're talking about the fact that developers now needed to retain the player rather than surprise them, it is obvious that online shooters have become a priority for publishers. It all started with hybrids. Overwatch is a shooter where you have to shoot, but it's not the main thing. The focus there is not on controlling the situation. It's not on shooting.
You know what? I will say that his hybrid point, right? It is a natural evolution of the shooter because at first it was just purely, you know, skill of your mechanical knowledge of the game, right? Being able to aim correctly and position yourself correctly so you can shoot and be like, you know, on top of things, right? That's one thing. So then like why don't you just add abilities? You know? That's just a small thing to add, but it changes the game so much, right? And even then, even before Overwatch, it's been a thing that was experimented with things like Dirty Bomb, Arc, uh, hell, Team Fortress 2, even, right? Where it's like class shooters instead, right? Even Battlefield to an extent is a little bit like that, right? Not as extreme because, you know, you have like, oh, here's my rocket ability, right? It's more like, hey, this character is equipped with a shotgun, some type of explosive, and a repair kit for vehicles, right? That's his class, right? That's what he specialized in, repairing vehicles and destroying shit, right? Uh, Things like that, you know? So why not just be like, hey, instead of it just only being gear, why don't just like, you know, give him abilities too? You know? It's such a small thing that it genuinely feels like it's just an evolution of the formula. But then after that point, that's when the shark that's when they started to jump the shark.
And not on decision making, but on flow. It's on constant action, on animations, on something happening all the time. Destiny went even further. Instead of the classic levels, there are hubs, strikes, and endless replays. What used to be a structured shooter has now dissolved into grind. After the first
Again, grinding for gear, it just seems like an evolution of the formula because, you know, there's things like Diablo, you know, where, you know, action RPGs where you go looting for gear and things like that. Why not make it so you loot for your guns? That's literally how Borderlands started, right? Why not just be like, hey, you know, guns are cool. Why not have more guns that work differently in the same class? So we have assault rifles with huge magazines or semi-auto assault rifles that, you know, do more damage, or, you know, burst assault rifles that have like higher crit damage and things like that, right? It's again, that just seems like a natural evolution of the formula. And Borderlands came out in I'm going to say 15. I think 2015. Let me double check that. I think it was before that, actually. Hang on. When did Borderlands come out? Borderlands 1. 2009. So again, it's just an evolution of the formula. And there was experiments before that did kind of similar-ish things, but not to the degree that Borderlands did, right? Hell, these shooters he's talking about, you know, like the Call of Duties and things like that, evolved from Doom, right? So like it's again, it's just the evolving of the genre. It's not so much, oh hey, you know, it's hybrid so it's bad, you know.
First 10 hours, you're not interested in the game. You just do it because something new will come up. Not even better, just different. Then Valorant came along. Mechanically, it looked like Counter-Strike, and visually, it looked like shit. Apex and Warzone don't even feel like shooters anymore.
It's a simple cel-shaded style. It's fine. This dude's a COD bro, honestly. I'm sorry. You had a point starting out, but you lost it. You lost me at this point.
It's just pure dopamine. One match and you don't even remember what just happened.
And COD isn't pure dopamine? What? Excuse me? He grew up, he said the peak of shooters was old Call of Duty and things like that. Where you're going around slaying a shitload of dudes. I'm sorry.
Happened. The second one, and you already don't want to stop. Not because it's good, because it's always flashing, moving, and exploding. Your brain doesn't have time to process anything. It just rides the inertia. And considering it's an
You could say that about literally every single fucking game in existence. You had you had me for the first 30-ish minutes. You had me on board, and you've entirely lost the plot.
it's an online shooter audience, well, let's just say the bar for cognitive processing wasn't that high to begin with. Simply put, Call of Duty has turned into cash on duty. But yes, I was just talking about multiplayer. Of course, it's easy enough to criticize something that objectively contains a bunch of shit in it. However, story-driven shooters, which were once the backbone of not only this genre, but the industry as a whole, have also degraded.
Shooters used to not even have a story. That's where it came from. Came from things like Doom. Wolfenstein 3D. The story for Doom originally was they killed your rabbit, go kill demons before they kill everything. For Wolfenstein, the Nazis are back, and or not even are back. They gained new tech all of a sudden. You need to stop them. The thing that genuinely started the innovation of story in shooters was Marathon, the original Marathon. There was lore things you could find with text documents and things like that that have, you know, overarching plot to connect everything together, right? That was the genuine start of evolution for story in shooters. And it didn't really catch on for a good couple years after that. The only time it really genuinely started was during Half-Life, when Half-Life first happened. That's when the story shooter started to really kick off. I'm like, and then again, this is just the evolution of the genre. Shooters used to be called Doom-likes. Just to really put it in perspective. So things have evolved as time goes on. These hero shooters, that's just another step in the evolution, especially in the multiplayer space. You know? It's oh my god. Now he's making me mad.
Degraded, and they degraded for a rather miserable reason. But before I go on, I want to tell you guys something important. If you want to see my future videos that YouTube will not censor, you can become my sponsor. I made only one membership level because I believe that everyone should be equal. India, you should learn this. The price of my sponsorship is just the same as if you were to follow someone on OnlyFans. And I guess this comparison doesn't really help me promote it, but anyway, it will help me a lot. Thank you. In fact, when I first researched this topic for this video, I initially wondered why story-based games have been so heavily downgraded and simplified. It's clear why online games should be focused on player retention, not on one-time enjoyment. But story-based games, in theory, should just give you a good experience and that's it, right? Maybe once. But nowadays, story-based shooters are no longer directly profitable. They can't be sold in parts.
It's not even that they're not even profitable anymore. It's just that they're too lazy to make them well, and if it's made well, then it's profitable. That's the thing.
They can't be milked for years, they can't be broken down into seasons. You complete the game, and that's it. It's over. You're left with an impression, but no profit for the developers. And looking at this, publishers have found the only way to
he's conflating so many things. They can't be fucking. Oh my god. You know, let's go with the latest Mafia game, right? The newest one there. I forget the name of it right now because it was kind of mid. It still sold well. It was still profitable. You know? Hell, even going back 5 years now, Just Cause. You know? That all of those have been profitable. Like, single player games are still profitable. It's just they need to be done well, so then they're profitable. But they don't care about making them well. Ugh.
Use story-based shooters properly. They simply turn them into a decorative addition to multiplayer, into a marketing wrapper, which is needed not as a new exciting experience, but as content that they will use for their trailer. Here's the hero of the center of an explosive chase. Here's an NPC saying something pretentious. Here are the rendered cutscenes. That is, everything that was relevant 10 years ago. Is there really no room for the genre to develop further? The paradox is that budgets have grown, technology has soared, the possibilities are endless, and
shooters are still growing. They're constantly growing. They're constantly evolving. Hell, even in the indie space, they're bringing back Dishonored likes, I guess you could call it, or Thief likes, I guess you could call it, right? And they're innovating on the idea. They're bringing back just base hell, there's a new genre that's recently propped up because of one indie guy decided, hey, let's mix music and shooting. The what was it called? Beats per minute, bullets per minute. It's literally a roguelike shooter where you shoot to the rhythm and reload to the rhythm. I don't have the musical acumen to play that game, but it's a fun game. You know?
and ambitions have become less. If you look at the development of the genre in the 90s, it was explosive.
In the
Doom 2 to
90s.
Call of Duty 2, from Half-Life to Modern Warfare, everything changed in 5 years. Game design, pacing, storytelling, level structure, quality of production. Each game tried to surpass the previous one to do something that hasn't been done before. It was a period when the genre was constantly...
No. When Doom came out, everything was making things that were simply like Doom. There's Hexen, there's fucking what's it? Rise of the Triad. Duke Nukem originally was, well, not originally, it was a side scroller originally, but then it did the Doom thing with Duke Nukem 2. And they what's it? The original what's it called again? Well, Marathon, another example. I'm trying to think of other examples. Point being, is they were like that for a good 5-ish years, 6-ish years. It wasn't until like 3D stuff started coming around that first-person shooters started booming in different ways, and actually experimenting and things like that. Before then, they were all basically Doom-likes for all better or worse, right?
Constantly evolving when you got a new game every year, but it was definitely superior to almost all of the previous ones. Nowadays, story-driven FPSs are no longer products of inspiration. They have been a costly part. They're not made because someone wants to say something. They're made because without that campaign button in the main menu, the whole game just feels incomplete, empty, and when creativity becomes a decoration, it dies. And of course, publishers don't need it, and even more so...
I will agree with that statement. Once creativity is no longer mandatory, it really does die. I will agree with that.
Players didn't need it either. In 2018, when Activision released Call of Duty Black Ops 4, without a traditional story mode, focusing exclusively on multiplayer, the developers explained that more players spent more time in online modes, and the campaigns became...
Yeah, the reason... No one wants to point this out, but the reason why that happened is because the stories before it started becoming shit. So, yeah, of course they're going to have the data that shows, oh, hey, more people play only the online than actually the campaign, because, like, why would people play the campaign when the campaign's garbage? It's literally a self-fulfilling prophecy that they did.
Became less relevant. Although, as for me, it was the Black Ops sub-series that had the strongest plots in the entire franchise. EA did the same thing. They realized that they had made the single-player campaign in Battlefield 5 so shitty and thought that only multiplayer in Battlefield 2042 would be enough for players. And sadly, this is really enough for the audience. So
he literally, oh my god, this guy's so stupid. He literally just proved my self-fulfilling prophecy thing by literally saying the last story was so dog shit that the next game they made it only story.
So maybe the problem is with us. Maybe we've become so dumb, and there's simply no point in developers trying for us. We don't play games anymore. We just move by inertia. We don't think, plan, or study. We just react. A shot is a reaction. A sound is a reaction. A flash is a reaction. It's like when you're scrolling through your racist meme algorithms in Reels, and each new clip beats the last one just by being new. Your brain doesn't have time to process anything. This means that no experience is created. There's no I remember left. Only I'll play a little more.
And now he's blaming us on why the F. No! The developers aren't making good shit anymore. Why should we care? Oh my god, this guy is so stupid. As Jim the Prophet. I am prophetic. I have a billion fucking eyes at
And
this
this
point.
is the ideal state for a developer, because if the player doesn't remember, they don't get tired. If they don't get tired, they don't ask questions. They don't notice that nothing changes from mission to mission, from year to year. Shooters are no longer built on innovation, new mechanics, and unique design, but rather on psychological loops that don't ask you to solve something, but ask you to keep going. This constant stimulation
that
can
I
lead to
will
a state
agree
of
with.
hyperarousal, a fucking complicated word that basically means your brain is stuck in a state of constant overexcitement. This makes it difficult to concentrate, manage emotions and impulses, and can cause sleep problems. In addition, excessive use of this type of video game can change the activity in certain areas of the brain, similar to changes seen in other types of addiction, and there is even research on this topic. And maybe I sound a little bit like an angry parent who constantly forbids playing these stupid computer games, but it's just psychology. The dependence on fast dopamine hits in shooters is similar to the mechanisms used in social networks like TikTok. Each like or video view triggers a dopamine release, which creates a positive reinforcement cycle and can lead to addiction. Thus, players may feel the need to return to the game or platform looking for the next dose of pleasure. And it's a good thing that old school developers, 2 decades ago, didn't give a shit about all this player psychology and how to keep their audience for years. They created and wanted
They
to
do
surprise.
these things,
And
true,
once
but
upon
it's
a
not the
time, they
entirety of
created
the
something
problem.
that we still want to return to. And I'm already expecting a lot of comments from angry kids who are fanatical about the games popular now. But I really feel sorry for you, because we grew up with much better games.
Oh yeah, I will agree with that.
Not so
degradation
long
of
ago,
AAA.
The release of a big game from a well-known studio was something incredible. We were waiting for it, we wanted to play it, but most importantly, we were sure that the next AAA game would be really good. But somehow, unnoticed, it all remained in the past.
Yup.
Nowadays, the budgets and development time of AAA projects have increased several times, but for some reason, the quality of these games is only decreasing. But why do most big projects fail so often lately? And why do so many gamers claim that modern AAA games are garbage? Before the state of the gaming industry became as bad as it is now, large publishers and their studios reached an ideal state for their business. They were able to secure their market position,
Is
a
he gonna
fairly
say
stable
it?
profit margin, and protect numerous intellectual property. They became the main predators of the industry. However, the problem began when these large companies stopped competing with each other. Instead, they decided to simply claim market territories, like rulers trying to protect their tiny pieces of land on an island. We call these territories video game genres. Have you ever noticed that some publishers only release a small number of games within certain genres? At first you might think that developers are just releasing what they know, but the real problem is that when market presence begins to be fragmented, the need for innovation also decreases. In the early 90s, alongside the first Battlefield, DICE released Racing and Shrek, while Activision, together with Call of Duty, created strategies and games based on Madagascar and Ice Age cartoons. However, the publishers realized quite quickly that it was much more profitable and safer to just occupy one niche and try to dominate it. So AAA companies grew and grew, unrestrained by the conflict of competition. But
You know what? That's a interesting observation. You know, I haven't thought of it like that. That does make sense. That does make sense.
Games usually have large teams, expensive marketing campaigns, and huge amounts of funding. The term was borrowed from the credit industry and applied to games when obese corporate bigwigs realized that video games were no joke, but a business that could make more money than Hollywood. For the big publishers, AAA means this is the safest investment you can make to make a profit. This is no longer the case. Today, AAA mostly indicates the aspirations and cost of the game, not how safe the investment is. From the 80s to the 2000s, there weren't many real commercial failures in games. Most of the failures were hardware related.
Not only that, but back in the day, there was only, it wasn't even really AAA, I guess you can say, back in the day, because they were the only market. There was just games, right? So you couldn't just be like, hey, you know, for a Nintendo example, you couldn't just be like, hey, Nintendo is a AAA company, like back in the day, right? They were just a company. There wasn't there wasn't really independent studios so much back in the day. Like they still, because all the studios were like small, you know. Nowadays, yeah, you could say there's AAA, indie, double A, quadruple A. You get what I mean, right? Um, uh, but that's because those older studios have grown to the sizes to be considered double A, triple A, all that stuff, right? You know, if we were to go back in the day for Blizzard games, right? Look at the old Blizzard games. The first Warcraft game being a RTS, right? The first Warcraft game was made by, I think it was 10 guys. And look at Blizzard nowadays. They have thousands of employees, right? So like AAA wasn't a thing back then. It was just companies.
Bad consoles and bad business decisions. But since the 2010s, game budgets have grown exponentially, and we've seen massive failures. And in the last 7 years, it seems that many beloved franchises have released what fans consider to be the worst parts. One of the biggest factors in the decline of AAA games is that they have become too big. For comparison, the good old World of Warcraft was created by a team of 40 people. A team of 100 developers worked on Half-Life 2, and now, more than 9,000 people were involved in the development of the shitty Diablo 4. Approximately the same number of people in Activision's office are now deciding what the next Call of Duty cringe skins will be. Let us recall Starfield, which was developed for 7 years. The budget of this project was about $200 million. Yes, we have 1,700 planets to explore, but wasn't it better to just get 100 that were actually good? AAA games have exploded in size, scale, and cost to an unprecedented level. On the one hand, a large team has the potential to create something truly incredible, to realize their greatest ambitions. But this depends on having a coherent vision among many people, as well as the budget and resources to realize it. However, the more ambitious a project is, the more money is invested in it, and the more risky it becomes. Let's recall Concord, which was supposed to become Sony's new flagship.
Not again! I thought I managed to escape Concord. No. Why is it whenever there's anyone talking about games, Concord's always brought up? Why is it whenever I look at anything that's talking about games, there's always Concord? We get it, it sucks.
In the hero shooter genre, Firewalk Studios joined PlayStation in 2023, and Concord was their debut project. According to the preliminary estimates, Concord's budget reached $400 million, making it one of the most expensive games in history. The development itself lasted about 8 years. And this sounds strange, at least since even the largest projects like GTA or Call of Duty operate with similar budgets and a much wider target audience. But despite many years of development and significant investments, in the first week of the game's release, it became clear to everyone that Sony had just fucked up almost $500 million. The peak of simultaneous players on Steam was about 700 people, and less than 2 weeks after the release, Sony announced the closure of the servers. And Concord became the first and last release from Firewalk Studios.
Yeah, that's a rare
such a situation happened to
especially that Saints Row. That's a rare thing to just like, you know, throw into a conversation. Like it. Every time that I've heard it brought up in a conversation about games bad, it's like a mental flashbang. It's like, oh.
To a company as experienced and large as Sony. Why was Concord, this random debut game from unknown developers, hyped up with such an atypical huge budget and high expectations? Well, this situation was not accidental, or just a bad strategic decision by Sony, and now you will understand why. COVID-19 has changed a lot of things. People who were able to survive bought a hell of a lot of video games during this time, and some game companies decided to adjust their business. They saw this as an opportunity to significantly increase investments, expand project production, and hire more employees. But, of course, the boom in video game sales caused by the pandemic did not last too long, and now we are seeing its consequences. More than 20,000 layoffs in the next 2 years after the pandemic. More than 30 studios closed, and with it dozens of projects that were in development. The last 2 years have been pretty bad for game developers. Perhaps during the pandemic, big publishers hoped that COVID would be around for a long time, but overloading teams with employees and billions of dollars is not some kind of magic recipe for success. In fact, it has put studios in a much more difficult and stressful position, because if a game doesn't sell well, it's the developers who are to blame, not shareholders who can't think strategically. Blockbuster development costs are out of control. According to a report by the British Competition Authority, one major studio reported that it costed $660 million to develop a major franchise, while marketing cost almost $550 million.
Why are you spending that much on development and marketing? What the Just why are you spending that much in development and marketing in general? Look at the indie scene. You don't need to spend that much. Just make good games and people will come. Build it and they'll come, you know? Blue Flu era sucked. Yup, it really did.
AAA games can reach almost $1 billion and even exceed this huge figure. So yes, Suicide Squad, which is played by 130 people, probably has an inflated budget. It seems that every next big budget game is a lottery. Of course, companies want to reduce and avoid all possible risks, so again, they rely on already popular franchises and stick to what most players are familiar with, what the audience
and
is
they're
used
killing
to.
them.
On the one hand, it sounds safe, but is it really so? To make a game worth hundreds of millions of dollars safe and potentially attractive to a large audience, studios have to simplify and dumb down a lot of things. They cannot take risks or experiment. They have to stick to what has proven to be effective.
I
That's
just
a
saw
huge reason why indie games like
Hang on, did I just see his shirt? Like his torso clip through his
audience,
shirt there?
studios have to simplify and dumb down a lot of things. They cannot take risks or experiment. They have to stick.
I swear I saw it clip. Oh my god. I am not crazy. His neck is clipping through his shirt. How do you do that? Sorry, I got distracted. Let's go back and see that again.
Probably has an inflated budget. It seems that every next big budget game is a lottery. Of course, companies want to reduce and avoid all possible risks, so again, they rely on already popular franchises and stick to what most players are familiar with, what the audience is used to. On the one hand, it sounds safe, but is it really so? To make a game worth hundreds of millions of dollars safe and potentially attractive to a large audience, studios have to simplify and dumb down a lot of things. They cannot take risks or experiment. They have to stick to what has proven to be effective. That's a huge reason why indie games like Helldivers 2 or Lethal Company are much better at innovating on a popular formula or giving us something completely new. This conditional safety has led us to the fact that some Call of Duty or Battlefield or any other popular franchises do not change at all from year to year. But this is not cool. Gamers like to be surprised. Let's see what developers have been surprising us with over the past couple of years. Nothing. I'm such an old fart that I remember the PS3.
No, they have been surprising us. They have been surprising us. They've surprised us with how shit they can make games. You know, like Concord and Veilguard and the Saints Row game. That is commendably surprising on how bad they're doing things.
3 era and even the PS2 era, when AAA games represented a certain level of quality in terms of technical achievements as well as gameplay. You got a polished product that had a certain level of content. Now we can't say that anymore, and I would even say that most AAA games are not even worth it, especially at the release stage when there are indie games that are much more enjoyable. And here we can take a look at a few specific reasons why, and the first one is an unnecessary open world. So today, AAA means a huge open world.
I literally was just talking about that earlier with fucking Breath of the Wild. I literally was just talking about that. I'm prophetic.
This is done so that game publishers can justify the technical progress and content of the game, which deserves a price of $60 to $70. However, when a game has an overwhelming open world, it can do more harm than good, especially when the open world adds nothing to the gameplay itself. If this
Yes.
huge map doesn't help with the gameplay cycle, not only increases the distances you need to travel to get from point A to point B, then it's just a hindrance, not an advantage. There are games that use the open world to their advantage, such as Metal Gear Solid 5 or Skyrim. And then there are worlds, like the latest Ubisoft games, that seem empty and have rather stupid NPCs. Instead of having a world that you can explore, you're stuck with a bunch of quests and missions that have repetitive and boring formats. They will simply be multiplied to increase the hours to complete to justify the high prices of these games. But this is not the only thing that leads to their unjustified pricing. Technological advances in graphics and gameplay often lead to higher prices. With that in mind, when you play a game like Stray that costs $30, is it half as much fun as playing the new Call of Duty for $70? I would say no. We live in a time when it is getting...
I'll be perfectly honest. I really don't get the hype behind Stray. I really don't. I'll be 100% honest. That game honestly like screams streamer bait. That's all it was.
getting easier and easier to create video games. I see games like Project Wingman, developed by just a few people, giving franchises like Ace Combat a run for their money. So, aside from the fact that a slight improvement in graphics costs twice as much, I think most people would agree that AAA games are overpriced. But even with such high and unjustified prices, they still have the nerve to shove in microtransactions. For many games, it seems that gameplay has taken a backseat to loot boxes and battle passes. EA is known for its sports games such as FIFA and Madden, where new versions use the same gameplay and sometimes even contain bugs from games released years ago. In such cases, you pay not only for a low-quality game, but also for microtransactions to get at least some normal gaming experience. Unfortunately, for companies such as EA and Blizzard, this is a really successful strategy because it leads to higher profits and a revenue stream that offers better long-term prospects. Because of this, the trend is not likely to stop anytime soon, making AAA games a less promising proposition for gamers today. But when you pay for a game and shell out $60 or more, you usually expect to get a finished game. However, this is not always the case. I don't need to explain to you right now how terrible the state of games has been in the recent years. It's becoming more and more common for a game to be released and then improved over the years.
This
gives
that is
companies
very
two
common.
advantages.
I am so
First,
fed
the
up with
ability
that.
to release a part of the game and then add the rest over time.
Honestly, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. At this point in time, I'm getting to a point where I'm sick and tired of seeing games get released in a bad state and fixed. That if it releases bad, I'm just never gonna touch it. Honestly, I'm setting that as a personal boundary to myself because I'm fed up with it, man.
As well as to receive recurring revenue from gamers in the form of add-ons and other items that can be purchased. Secondly, publishers believe that any problems found during the launch can be immediately fixed later with patches. This means that the first players actually act as testers of the game and do some of the work that the developers should have done for them. From a business perspective, I find this extremely insightful and pragmatic. From a gamer's point of view, I would consider it a ripoff if I bought an unfinished game and was used as free labor. So, of course, after this attitude towards the audience,
Ace Combat is still a good game, 100%. It's still a good game, but Project Wingman has done so much that, like, it is crazy what they've managed to pull off for, like, evolving the Ace Combat formula, you know? I touched Cyberpunk after 5 years. Yeah. That's, again, I'm one of the, I'm getting to the, like, Cyberpunk was kind of like the final straw for me for that. Right? Releasing in a bad state. Like, I still played it once they, like, fixed it and things like that, right? But, because I already had the game, but at this point, I'm never pre-ordering anything ever again. And I'm waiting, if I am still interested in a game after it fixes itself, I'm only going to buy it on a sale, you know? Oh, it takes its time in a sale. Yeah, no, for sure. But if it's mildly interesting, I'll wait for it. But if it's like, I used to buy a lot more games, so I was just like playing a lot of different things, right? And because of how they treated the games, I guess you could call it, thinking of it more as a platform than a game. I've just been fed up with them wasting my time, basically. Ace Combat 8? Oh, okay. They're already gone. They're 8? Nice.
Many gamers are increasingly focusing their attention on independent developers and small studios. There are many games that I find much more enjoyable than many of the AAA games I've played. Undertale, which you most likely haven't heard of, is a prime example of a game that subverts RPG tropes. Signalis, which I recently played, manages to recreate the creepiness of Silent Hill 2 while doing its own unique thing. But what do all these games
I should play
have in common
Signalis on
that I
stream.
think
I
is
haven't played.
missing from big budget games?
I played a
The
little
answer
bit,
is
but I
that
haven't
these
played
games
it
have a
through.
voice. While a AAA game has a lot of developers, designers, and performers, it can often turn into a messy mess with too many cooks. Indie games don't suffer from this, and as a result, they don't have an identity crisis, and they usually have a clear game cycle that has been well tested on a fundamental level. So the AAA industry continues to fall, desperately grasping at the few handles they can grab to slow the fall. Fortunately, for many large companies in this business, it is already too late. While these companies are trying to put on a strong face among the opposition they face, people like me, who know full well how long they have been scraping the bottom of the barrel, know how close their end is. These companies are lying and cheating their customers in a desperate attempt to milk them for as much money as possible to save themselves and satisfy their investors. They have begun to see that the bottomless well of money they once drew from does in fact have a bottom, and that it is much shallower than they expected. Like a cornered animal, the AAA industry has tried to capitalize on the social justice movement led by politically correct people. Of course,
my god, he's
this
actually
has failed
touching it.
spectacularly, sliding them even further down the slope of ruin. It has damaged their reputation beyond repair.
Empty Worlds. Didn't he already touch that
I'm a big
already?
fan of open world games. And I remember when I first launched The Witcher 3 almost 10 years ago, playing it at a very low frame rate. And no, the Nintendo Switch hadn't been released yet, I just didn't have a powerful PC. But despite the numerous bugs and low FPS, I was fascinated by this game, and all because of an incredible open world that I hadn't seen in any previous game. But what's worse, I won't see it in almost every game that follows. Since the release of The Witcher 3, we've seen dozens of other big open world projects. Some of them were quite good, and we'll talk about them today, but most of the games were just bad. The game worlds not only remained the same as they were 10 or even 15 years ago, but they degraded. But
again, I'm gonna say it again. Red Dead Redemption 2 is just overhyped. It's just a pretty good story with mediocre gameplay. That's it. That's it.
But why? Why did the big game studios that once created new standards for open world games just start creating big maps that made no sense? Why is it that when you play a new Assassin's Creed, Outlaws, Starfield, or almost every new game, you get bored in the beginning and you just force yourself to play on because you just bought this shit? And this feeling is very different from when you were a kid and you were enthusiastic about exploring the world of Skyrim or the third Fallout. In fact, the degradation of modern open worlds is not due to the greed of large corporations.
If there was no context, what you just said would sound weird. Yeah.
Corporations that just want to make a new game quickly to make money. It's also not because modern developers are lazy or incompetent enough because they were hired through the DEI program rather than because of their professional qualifications.
Yes!
In fact, most open world games have degraded so much because game studios, for whatever reason, started making three fundamental mistakes. These problems have started to occur more and more often in the game industry, which, personally, makes me very worried about the future of open world games. And the first reason is the lack of a meaningful story. The third Witcher had
We've already
something I
touched on
hadn't
this.
seen in any
He's
open
repeating
world
himself
game before. Its entire huge map was filled with deep side quests that developed the plot and the world.
We literally
Every corner of the
touched on
open
this
world
already.
had its own story, atmosphere, and unique characters. This created the feeling that the vast expanse. We see how Ubisoft can still create a beautiful landscape, but this beautiful picture is devoid of any emotion. There's nothing to do between those trees, or the beautiful flowers which are there. Previously, we used to play good story-driven games engaged for more hours.
You know, I'm gonna listen to it a little bit, see if
I hadn't seen in any open world game before. Its entire huge map was filled with deep side quests that developed the plot and the world. Every corner of the open world had its own story, atmosphere, and unique characters. This created the feeling that the vast expanses of the continent were not just very beautiful, but also important and alive. But now, we see how Ubisoft can still create a beautiful landscape, but this beautiful picture is devoid of any emotional connection with the player. Why should I give a fuck about beautifully drawn trees if there's nothing to do between those trees, or the beautiful and detailed landscapes if I'm forced to do the same thing.
We've touched on this
game
already.
for
We've
dozens
touched
of
on this
hours,
already
which
in,
often has
in
nothing to do with the main story.
the game
The story
script
itself
section.
is often created just to be there. Previously, we used to play good story-driven games with an open world as a bonus. Now we play an open world that just tries to keep us engaged for more hours, where the bonus is a template plot that no one gives a shit about. For this genre of games, a good story, both main and side stories, must not be just good,
Yeah, we've already talked about this. We've 100% already talked about this in the game script section.
but very good. Deal. But in-game will grab us and keep us offered
skip
players deep, multi-how a good adult story with an open world. Even before going to easily have become the new
I'm just gonna
Rockstar.
skip this section
But
because he's
it
just
didn't.
repeating
The latest
everything.
games in their Assassin's Creed and Far Cry
Graphics
series are
degrada-
just shameful.
We already talked
limitations
about
of the
graphics and
franchises. Behind the
optimization.
slight improvements in graphics, we see a massive degradation in the story. Why do software developers and hardware companies spoil us with new revolutionary technologies every year, while the technical state of video games not only doesn't improve, but sometimes even deteriorates? Why do games that are more than 10 years old often look much better than modern projects packed with the latest technologies? And why is it that the more graphics degrade, the more powerful a computer is needed? First of all, let me say that technology is very important. Technology matters. Technology is always good. Objectively speaking, without it, you would not use top-end equipment, play your favorite games, watch this
Okay.
video, or any
So
other.
far got me.
Even
Are you gonna
ray
repeat
tracing,
yourself?
which often gets its fair share of criticism, is a genuinely cool feature. So if technology is great, what's the real problem here? From here on, it's all about the real shit. Here's the truth. Advanced graphical tech doesn't guarantee a game will look good. The beauty of visually stunning games isn't just down to programmers.
Oh,
For
he's
something
gonna get
like
onto,
Far Cry
like,
5 to
visual
look
design.
photorealistic, the credit primarily goes to the 2D and 3D artists, modelers, and designers. Only after that do the programmers come into play, writing shaders and making everything run. And here's the kicker. Far Cry 5 isn't a technological marvel. High-res textures, long draw distances, global illumination, and bump mapping aren't revolutionary. Developers have been using all this tech for years now, but Far Cry 5 doesn't have advanced hair rendering and physics like in Tomb Raider or The Witcher 3. No real-time reflections, no nanite, the stuff devs have been flexing with lately, and not even ray tracing. Basically, Far Cry 5 feels like a technically outdated game. But then how is it that Far Cry 5, for all its technical backwardness, is a very good game not only visually, but also in terms of resource requirements? Why do modern
That's
games
true.
run worse, and if they look better, they are only slightly better? In the old days, we always felt a significant jump in graphics when a new generation of consoles came out,
Oh,
which
yeah.
was obvious and massive. And now, when we have these dozens of teraflops on consoles and powerful RTX graphic cards for
Okay, teraflops don't mean jack shit for computing, for graphics, really. Like, they help, but it's not the end all be all. It is more a side benefit than the main thing you want a card for.
thousands of dollars, we play games that are not much different in graphics than projects that were released 7 or even 8 years ago. And sometimes, these powerful devices for thousands of dollars do not even allow us to play at a stable 60 frames per second. But what exactly prevents technology and powerful hardware from giving us truly breakthrough graphics and good optimization? It's all about coherent and uniform design.
Yeah, okay, so he
What
is
the
getting
fuck is
to...
that? That's
He
a
is
good
getting
question.
to
In fact, graphics in a game
design.
can be called coherent and uniform when all or
I hate this guy's grammar. It's coherent. Coherent, not coherent. God, fuck.
most of the graphic elements are designed at the same level. When you look at the picture as a whole, the eye does not cling to anything. And the interesting thing is that a coherent and uniform graphic can be primitive and non-technological. Moreover, integrity and uniformity apply not only to graphics and not only to games. Let me give you some interesting examples. Let's take fine arts. It's clear that there are different types of drawing, and there are many different genres and artistic styles. For example, there's a painting by Emmanuel Lutz, Washington Crossing the Delaware. And
Yep.
this is Marilyn Diptych by Andy Warhol. Since these are different areas of fine art, it is very stupid to compare them with each other. However, we can say for sure that individually, they are complete and uniform paintings in their own style that attract attention, give aesthetic pleasure, and, most importantly, are pleasant to look at in their own way. After all, nothing is out of the general style. Now, imagine a situation where a picture of George Washington is a Star Wars aerial battle, people are holding a McDonald's flag, the water is acid pink, and the meme's Mike Wazowski is standing on the left. Yes, it looks fucking awesome. But still, it doesn't look like a monolithic and coherent work. And not only because Wazowski and Star Wars starships have nothing to do with it, but because the drawing style of the individual elements is different and jarring. After all, a pile of elements with different drawing styles does not help normal perception. Another good example is movies. It's no secret that special effects can either create a wow effect or completely kill the magic of a movie. The first Terminator is a great example. The problem with the movie was the low budget, and Cameron and the team had to do some tricks to shoot the special effects scenes. That's why the T-800 looks so unnatural in some scenes. However, there were several such scenes throughout the movie. Therefore, knowing what tricks the crew went to because of the low budget, all this can be forgiven. And it works the same way in video games. Here are two rather unexpected examples, namely GTA San Andreas and Minecraft. It's clear that Minecraft was not so much accurate in terms of graphics for its time. The game was generally perceived as a graphic gag because at first glance it looked like something from the last century. Although it was released in the same year as Battlefield 3, Batman Arkham City, and Crysis 2, which were breakthroughs in terms of graphics. In 2011, Minecraft was very backward in terms of graphics and was only on par with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. However, unlike many games, Minecraft is a great example of a coherent and uniform design. Everything ingenuous is simple. No budget.
Did he say coherent properly this time? Wait. Did he say coherent properly?
Which were breakthroughs in terms of graphics. In 2011, Minecraft was very backward in terms of graphics and was only on par with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. However, unlike many games, Minecraft is a great example of a coherent and uniform design.
He said it right! He said it right! Everybody clap!
Design. Everything ingenuous is simple. No budget for fancy graphics? Let's make it primitive in everything. The result was an amazing cubic world in which all textures were pixelated, and geometry and animations were primitive. But this primitivism extends to everything you see in front of your eyes. You can feel differently about Minecraft, but in terms of graphical integrity and uniformity, it's a brilliant project. It's a pity that many players have not appreciated this genius and are adding mods with ray tracing and various texture packs. But shaders that make the water transparent and are very realistic won't make the land and sand on the coast look as realistic. So graphical mods are a surefire way to spoil your perception of graphics in Minecraft. The situation with GTA San Andreas...
I'll be 100% honest too. Doing the ray tracing mods on Minecraft, it was cool initially, just being able to see like how crazy the ray tracing stuff could be. But then, like, you know, once you get past that, you're like, man, this shit looks like dog shit. Bring back the old classic look, you know?
Is much the same. The game was released in the legendary year of 2004, and given the graphics revolutionary games that were burning up video cards at the time, San Andreas looked like a little brother with a developmental delay. But no matter how disgusting the graphics were in GTA San Andreas, they were disgusting in everything. It is for this reason that this game did not cause visual discomfort at the time, and for some people even now. You could hardly see a cutscene where a detailed CJ is holding an object worse in detail than himself. Poorly detailed characters, with crooked animations, walked through a soapbox with low detailed furniture, and held something that somehow resembled certain objects. And that's why the remastered Grand Theft Auto, the definitive edition, looks so fucking bad. The developers of this shit, who are not actually connected with...
He said definitive, not definitive. My God, this guy needs a grammar class.
with Rockstar Games, obviously forgot about the same integrity and uniformity. And for some reason, they decided to improve not all textures, but only a part of them. And instead of improving the detail of everything, they focused on the lighting and puddles on the asphalt. Imagine what tasty screenshots they could make to advertise this remaster. As a result, we have this shameful crap. an uneven plasticine mess with gorgeous headlight shadows and disgusting models. So now we know that graphics technology alone is not enough to make a game's graphics good. But when all aspects are worked out at the same level, even if this level is not very high, you can achieve a good result even without tech.
Yeah, a coherent. My tongue's now wants to fuck up because he said it wrong so many times. A coherent graphical style matters so much more than having something like infinite ray trace, nanite, lumen bullshit than a coherent style is better than a realistic one at 90% of the time. Oh, ads. Actually, you know what? Not even 90% of the time. As long as it's done well, 100% of the time it's better. Thirsty. It's rubbing off on me. Yeah. It very much is. It's like a cognito hazard. I need to check something real quick here. Man, this guy very much has it, but like, man, he's some of these parts could just be ripped out of the whole video all of its own, because it's like, especially the last one with the open world thing, like he covered the open world thing for like the wrong reasons. He literally repeated himself a lot too. It was like, why have this section in here? It was already here. Mm. All right. All right, we've got about 10 seconds left on the ads, so I'll put that away. And start up the video again. Welcome back.
Technology. And when our designers, programmers, and engineers start working together, working hard on every graphic component and skillfully using the coolest technologies, we get incredible graphic breakthroughs, which unfortunately are very, very few. However, back in the days when some of you were still in your dad's balls, almost all games looked great. When developers were driven by a desire to create some
I'm 30. That joke doesn't apply to me. I was very much alive during this era. And got to experience it.
something good and authentic where everything fit together perfectly. Perhaps that's why the first Call of Duty, Quake, Hitman, and many great old games have remained in our memory as having incredibly good visuals, although in fact, nowadays their graphics look very backward, somewhere around the same level as modern games from Ubisoft. But the real graphical peak happened in 2004. It was then that 3 games were released that completely changed the way gamers thought about graphics in games. Doom 3, Far Cry, and of course, Half-Life 2. All these games were technological and breakthrough projects of their time. Lighting, models,
Crisis
physics,
was 2006.
geometry, texturing. 2004 was indeed a revolutionary year for the gaming industry. There's just one small nuance. It was the year that marked the beginning of developers' wrong priorities in making graphics in games. And the reason for this is the first Far Cry. Despite all the gorgeous open spaces, beautiful shaders, and good physics, Far Cry was not coherent and uniform. Here and there were undetailed textures, and the character models were pretty bad. But the problem was that at that time, most players evaluated the graphics not in the game itself, but by the beautiful screenshots on the back of the disc box. It was then that the developers realized that what matters to the average player is not the uniform elaboration of graphic elements, but rather certain aspects that are simply well seasoned with color correction and bright design. And here we go straight to 2007 and 8. It was at this time that the most breakthrough and voracious game projects were released that simply mocked the consoles and computers of the time. It was the second graphical peak in the history of video games when Crysis and GTA 4 were released. The first Crysis is still a joke about beautiful technological graphics that few people can afford. Crytek crammed a shitload of different technologies into their game, and even though the game had some graphical flaws, the result is still a project that looks very decent even 17 years later. Crysis is a great example of how technology is good, but you also need to be able to work with it competently. Even though the system requirements were way too high for the time, Crysis blew minds with its graphics and worked fine. Rockstar with its GTA 4 screwed up a bit.
Even the meme of "Can it run Crysis" still runs to this day because of how crazy that was.
How painful it is to admit this, given that the fourth installment is perhaps the best part of the series in many ways. At the time of its release, GTA 4 had gorgeous lighting and shadows, and the world was filled with objects that were pleasing to the eye. However, the textures and character models turned out to be one of the game's two major problems. And the other problem was, of course, the lousy optimization.
The textures is probably the bigger thing for Grand Theft Auto 4. Then actually the models, the models of like the characters and the vehicles and things like that, because the models were good. They looked distinct, that you could tell them apart from other things, right? So that's a good thing to have. It's the textures had a lot to be desired, you know? Hope Metal Gear Solid 4 will be free from the PlayStation clutches. I hope so.
Optimization, which some people still can't get over. GTA 4 is a good example where the developers implemented half of the technologies well, but just gave up on the other half, and it turned out to be a shitty situation. And then, everything continued to get worse in the gaming industry. From about 2009 to 2013, in the last years of the Xbox 360 and PS3 lifecycle, games were released that were not significantly better in terms of comprehensive improvements of graphical parameters, but almost every game paid most attention to shaders, all kinds of colorful and grainy filters, and other cheap picture decorations. And the developers can be understood because the console market brings in more money, which means that the graphics need to be adjusted to console standards. Besides, as I said before, most gamers don't give a shit about coherence and uniformity, because it's much easier to attract attention with beautiful screenshots and rendered cinematic trailers. There were some stagnation, and this stagnation was also accompanied by an increase in system requirements. And then, really powerful computers began to appear that could run Battlefield 3 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And I'm already prepared for a lot of dislikes and hate in the comments. But I'll still say that Modern Warfare 3 was much more beautiful than the third Battlefield. For all its hardware and technological demands, Battlefield 3 was never graphically coherent and uniform. For good textures and lighting, the developers had to pay with reduced detail of locations, which was very striking. And of course, Battlefield was much more demanding than Call of Duty. But Modern Warfare 3 may not have been as cool as its competitor in terms of new technologies, but the developers did everything right. They left the development of graphic elements at an average level, but in everything else. The result was a nice looking game with adequate requirements that didn't hurt the players' eyes. And now let's talk about the good stuff. And this good, oddly enough, is related to the previous generation of consoles. I really believe that the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 were the times when perhaps the most beautiful games were released, and in confirmation of my words, we can see how many remasters were still being made of games from the last generation, especially
I'd have to disagree with that, because mainly despite them visually being, better, they all look the same to each other. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't you could put like three different shooters side by side and be like, tell me which one's which. And for the most part, they're all gonna look so similar to each other. You're not gonna be able to be like, oh, that one's this, that one's that, unless you recognize like something specific, right? You wouldn't be able to tell because of the design or the graphical quality or whatever. You'd have to see like, oh, hey, that looks like that one's from, I don't know, that one's from Far Cry because I recognize the outfit, or that one's from um hmm kill that one's Killzone because I recognize the architecture, you know? Things like that, you know? You wouldn't be able to tell they're different things graphically for the most part.
especially without changing anything. And why? If a conventional Uncharted
Modern
4
Warfare 3
released
is my
8
favorite
years
in
ago or
terms
Witcher
of
3
marks.
released 9 years ago, look on par with modern games, and sometimes even better. It was in the period from 2014 to 2016 that a lot of really beautiful and moderately even projects were released. Perhaps due to the new generation of consoles, developers were able to untie their hands and try to do their best. But in 2018 and 2019, something changed. It's a crossroads in the game industry in terms of graphics. I both love and hate this period for a simple reason. It was during these years that we got the technology of ray tracing in games and some really cool projects in terms of graphics. However, the rest of the games not only remained at the same level, but also began to degrade in terms of graphics. It was the beginning of the end. Yes, we got RDR2, God of War, and Death Stranding, which stood out graphically from other projects. They were beautiful and revolutionary, and interestingly, these games were originally console exclusives. Although, it is traditionally believed that consoles are the main problem in the development of graphic technologies in the gaming industry. This is far from the case. The main problem of graphics degradation is... Yes, as paradoxical as it may sound, the most powerful platform on which we can play with the new best graphics is the very problem that has caused games to stop developing technology.
What? He's blaming PC because for
Which we can play with the new best graphics is the very problem that has caused games to stop developing technologically. And before PC gamers turn this video off, and they never know that I think PC gamers are lovely and nice people, I'll try to get my point across. Game developers, especially large studios that can churn out the same projects every year, actively and closely cooperate with video card manufacturers. And it is logical to assume that the creators of most popular franchises, which always sell well, see no reason to make graphics better, but they need to sell new powerful hardware. That's why it turns out that now the graphics are usually improved where it's not particularly noticeable. For example, they add extra polygons, and now your 4060 video card is a piece of crap that can't even give you 60 FPS in new games. So of course you need a new RTX 5090 for $2,000. That's why right now we see such a big...
what? That's not at all how it works. Oh. Bro literally said there's a fucking conspiracy with AMD and Nvidia and game companies, so then the games make higher quality models, so then you have to... Oh. That's called evolution of tech. They see, hey, this thing can handle more, so let's make more. It's simple. It's simple as that. It's not. Oh, it doesn't even kill the old cards. It's not even like a single generation is dead because the next generation is made with higher things. I'm running a 4070 and I can run the latest stuff at mid to high settings. Like, oh. Bro is coping, honestly. Look, you can have opinions, but he's trying to present this as fact. This is different. So you gotta call him retarded.
A big jump in system requirements, even though graphics are not progressing much.
Okay, for Stalker 2, the reason why it has such high demands on graphics and things like that is because RTX type cards are mandatory because ray tracing. It's simple as that. That's it. End of story. Because the ray tracing tech in it, it needs to be an RTX card so you can play it at the recommended settings. That's it. End of story. It's not fucking... They're conspiring against you to... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Just 10 years ago, 1 gigabyte of video memory was enough to play really beautiful games. Now...
The reason why it needs it now is because the stuff you mentioned at the fucking beginning of the video is optimization. They can't optimize for shit, so they use their fucking... Oh my god. The made-up frames requires more VRAM. Oh... This guy's just talking out his ass at this point. I'm gonna skip the rest of this point.
Game. So, what ties all of these games together? Apart from poor quality and obvious financial failure, these games have something else in common, and it's just incredibly big budgets.
Okay.
But how do these projects, which seemed like an obvious failure at the time of the first teaser, get the green light and hundreds of millions of dollars in budget from publishers? Are the top managers of the largest gaming companies dumber than ordinary gamers like you and me? And don't realize that Saints Row, which looks like a mobile game, or another live service that does not stand out from hundreds of others, will definitely fail? And it is better not to invest in such games? In general, why have we seen that in recent years, that the bigger the budget of a game, the more likely it is to be shitty? It should be the other way around, right? Well,
I can answer this, and he's likely gonna be wrong, but I can totally answer this. The reason why this shit happens is because out-of-touch executives and out-of-touch shareholders don't know what the gaming populace wants, and they see something and go, hey, that's probably gonna sell a lot, and put infinite money into it to try to get it out. It's 100% that. If he says anything else, it's unless it's, you know, maybe an interesting take, it could be the case. But I swear to God that it has to be that. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Whoops. Hang on. There we go. All right, we're good again. I gotta fix this.
In fact, this situation is much deeper and more interesting than it might seem at first glance. To begin with, let's recall the classification of games by their budget. We have AA games, usually developed by studios with 50 or 100 people. These projects have average budgets that very rarely exceed 50 million. Sometimes such games can be quite popular and even bring in good money. Kingdom Come Deliverance or DayZ are great examples. Then, there are also indie games. Very small studios work on them, which may even include just one person. Due to limited budgets, indie game developers often have to sell drugs to support their families. But usually, these games have some artistic value and have some...
Okay, now the actual difference between AA an indie at this point is very much more a case of the indie guys are independent with a smaller team. They can still have a publisher and all this other stuff, but they are able to independently make what they want without anyone telling them what to do. Double A has bigger budgets, larger teams, and generally the publisher still has a little bit of say in what's going on. And then AAA is the publisher demands everything. And ridiculous budgets.
Have some soul and uniqueness compared to everything else in the industry today. But what these classes of games have in common is that they all have budgetary constraints. They don't spend a lot of money on marketing. Big publishers are reluctant to invest because they think it is risky. Game companies want to be sure that their next game will not only pay off, but will bring in a lot of money. Therefore, they invest in a large-scale game and its marketing campaign. They invest hundreds of millions and allow developers to make such
I am
projects
not looking
for
forward to
5
this
to
game.
7 years. And these are the games that we call AAA. However, nowadays, they are not even considered the most expensive. Not so long ago, 2 new classes appeared. These are AAA plus games. Sometimes the budgets of these games are enough to make several Avatar movies. There was also another class, quadruple A games. This class is the newest, but something tells me that we will see a lot more of these games very soon. But right now,
I don't
these
think
two
so.
classes are to blame for the fact that the gaming industry looks pretty bad. It is the developers of these games who have to take responsibility for the fact that games in general have degraded, lost their soul, and identity.
Yes.
Stay hydrated, boys. And I will definitely explain to you
Agreed.
in detail why this happened and where these new categories came from, but that will come just a little bit later. Now, we have to go back to the old days, to the end of the 90s, and find the exact moment when publishers started investing really big money in games for some reason. Let's rewind the clock Let's rewind the clock back 15 years from now, when life was simpler. Girls were girls, and if you had a PSP, you were the coolest kid in school.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you had a PS Vita,
Peak
you
times.
would definitely get bullied. But anyways, 2009, the year Uncharted 2 Among Thieves was released. It was a game created by people who really love games. The second Uncharted didn't feel like just a product to fulfill financial plans, but something where developers had the opportunity to realize their creativity and some kind of vision. And they succeeded. A good script, high quality voice actors, very diverse gameplay, cinematic action scenes like the building collapse or the famous train scene were perfectly integrated into the gameplay. And from the beginning to the end, the game looked very expensive and large scale. So with all of this, the developers of this game did it for only $20 million.
Yep.
I think I hit my mic there. $20 million. Now, that's not even enough to hire Ubisoft psychologists for their developers. It's not much
Yeah.
compared to today's huge budgets, but Uncharted 2 has become one of the best and most cinematic experiences in gaming. But how did they manage
I
to
wouldn't say the
realize one of the
best,
most
but it
complex
is a
technical
pretty
games
good
of the time
experience.
on such a small budget? In 2009, Naughty Dog was not working under the pressure of an investor's desk, diversity control, and definitely not in the narrative of a marketing trend. Having recently gone through it again, I realized that they wanted to create a game that felt, not just functioned. Feeling is something you can't buy for even $200 million. And
Yes.
we can see it now. The modern industry is pumped with money, like a gym bro with a broken heart. He looks cool on the outside, but hollow on the inside. Although I wouldn't really say that the industry is hollow now, because there can be shit inside, like Suicide Squad with a budget that was 10 times bigger than Uncharted 2. And so you can say like this is inflation and the development time has increased, but not 10 times, dude. Every
Yeah.
aspect of Suicide Squad is much worse than the game that came out 13 years ago and was 10 times cheaper. And I can see how I've already bored you with Uncharted 2.
And
but
not,
I
and not
really
only
want to
that,
use
and
this
not
game-
only that, but they have gaslit themselves into it being this way with this bigger budget and all this bullshit. Partially because the gaming journalists are saying this type of shit is okay. It's all a Ouroboros of bullshit.
game as a good example of how you can make a very good AAA game with a small budget. And this budget was really small, because even before the release of cool exclusives from Sony for PS3, there were already those in the gaming industry who spend hundreds of millions of dollars on games. In 1997, the first blockbuster or AAA game was released, Final Fantasy VII. It cost
Yo.
about $145 million to develop. which is about
Really?
$234 million today. And it was the most expensive game at the time. The developers took such a risky path because they wanted to move to the next level in the industry. The game was cinematized with expensive CGI. It had orchestral music and an innovative mix of gameplay and dynamic cinematography at the time. However, the risk was fully justified. The game became a commercial and cultural phenomenon. Sales exceeded all expectations, totaling more than 12 million copies, and making the game one of the I just kissed. What the fuck? And making the game one of the most successful projects in the entertainment industry. It was after this that big companies realized that spending Hollywood budgets on developing bouncing pixels for nerds could be quite profitable. Big publishers like EA, Ubisoft, Activision, and Rockstar Games started creating games with budgets of hundreds of millions of dollars, investing huge amounts into developing, advertising, and fake sales reviews. Popular franchises such as Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, and Assassin's Creed regularly set new standards for financial investments and revenue. During this period, there seemed to be no limit to the growth of costs. AAA was only getting more expensive, but at the same time, it was getting better. So there was nothing to complain about.
Yeah, no,
People
everything
knew
was...
that if the game had a bigger budget, it would
everything was
definitely
going
be
up
good.
at the same
And very
equal
often,
quality and price.
That was true, but at some point, everything started to change.
Yes.
2010, ABP, fuck, 2010, APB was
AB,
released, something that GTA
APB
Online with a budget
mentioned. Holy shit, I didn't expect this to be brought up in here. Oh my lord.
of over $100 million. Despite the fact that this project closed after 3 months, APB was a kind of founder of live services in the future, and ironically, this game was the same shit as what they spawned. A bunch of technical bugs, an empty world, and high monetization. The development studio went bankrupt, and the game was sold to another company for only $1.5 million, with a budget of over 100. Next was Kingdoms of Amalur, a fantasy with a budget of $100 million, with cool writers and ambitions on the level of Skyrim, but it ended up with failed marketing, a little more than 1 million copies sold, and a financial collapse for the developers and large debts. Prototype 2 was a big budget from Activision, but for some reason, it was again a financial failure for a big game, followed by the closure of the studio. And of course, The Order 1886, a super picture,
The Order,
presentation, and it was a pretty good game. At the very least, Sony expected a hit, but also a financial failure. And these are just a few examples of financially failed releases of the first half of the 2010s.
That Order game felt more tech demo than game,
finally
honestly.
realized that big budgets in the AAA prefix did not guarantee success. And when your most expensive games start failing more and more, and the audience is discovering alternative genres, what do big publishers do to mitigate the risks? They make their budgets even bigger. The obsession with huge development costs is starting to infect the industry on a massive scale. And many of the AAA franchises that we're getting are starting to turn into soulless and bloated products created for the widest possible audience. Publishers are now so afraid of losing money that they prefer to produce boring, safe copies instead of giving something really good and new, because it can be risky. It was at this point, when the AAA prefix was already so commonplace for the industry, that the biggest publishers decided to change things up and add the plus symbol. AAA Plus was a completely new category in the gaming industry. The budgets became even bigger, but the quality of these games, for some reason, only decreased. 2016. This is the year when Blizzard gave birth to a fancy, colorful, politically correct demon. The success of Overwatch was undeniable. This game became the first truly successful and large-scale live service project. Regular updates, seasonal events, microtransactions, and monetization. Overwatch has shown that if a game lives long enough and constantly generates revenue, it does not need to be replaced with a sequel. It was a key moment when live service became a new standard. Immediately the following year, Epic Games released Fortnite Battle Royale. And this moment can be considered a point of no return. For the first time, a free game was able to outperform most paid AAA games in terms of profitability. Developers began to realize
I can't wait till that Fortnite money dries up, honestly.
And players into customers who needed to be retained as long as possible. And even companies that used to release good story-driven AAA projects that were important for the industry are now starting to realize that if they want to earn more money, they need to make live pipelines.
Oh, that was nasty.
Ubisoft and Activision are completely changing their vector. Plot, quality, experiments. All of this has been put on the back burner. In 2018, they actively promoted the game service model in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Although the game remained single player, it has regular updates, an in-game store, and experience boosters for real money. Then we see the failed Skull and Bones, which was part of a big strategy to move to service games. And in this case too, a huge budget and years of development did not guarantee a very good result. And the same thing happened with many
you're not
other
mentioning the quadruple A
plus releases. It seemed that in the pursuit of profits, publishers lost their understanding of what makes a game interesting. AAA Plus has become a symbol not of innovation, but rather the fear of risk and blind copying of models that seem to work. Despite the technological progress and resources that were invested, it was in the AAA Plus era that we got some of the least inspired games in recent years. It's fair to say that most live services objectively look much cheaper than regular AAA story-driven games, even those that were released much earlier. However, at the same time, they have many times larger budgets. In Skull and Bones, for example, we can see outdated gameplay and graphics that don't even reach Black Flag. And it all cost $250 million. But this was far from the most expensive AAA Plus projects. Destiny cost about $500 million, which is $100 million more than Red Dead Redemption 2.
Whoa, that's expensive.
Actually just a DLC, costed $250 million. Suicide Squad costed $220 million.
I mean, he's not wrong.
This is actually quite a lot, considering that the development of Death Stranding, Horizon Forbidden West, or God of War Ragnarok cost half as much as these cartoonish live services. But tell me, do these AAA Plus games really look at least half as good as AAA story games? Are licenses for LGBT characters or the development of outdated mechanics that can be found in ready-made presets on the Unreal Engine really expensive? Where do these costs come from? Well, it doesn't actually take a lot of money to create outdated graphics, but to turn it into a product that will bring in a lot of money on a consistent basis, you need to spend a lot of extra shit. The fact is that a story-driven AAA game is, by its very nature, a complete product. The development has a clear end goal, to create a complete, composed experience regardless of whether the player plays the game once or 10 times. Investments are made in directing, animation, recording actors, cinematography, and the author's vision. But live services do not have such a goal. They exist in a permanent state of not yet. This gives rise to a different economic model. Resources are redistributed not to the quality of the core, but to the amount of peripheral content that can be dosed out monthly. The reason for the high cost of AAA Plus games is not technology or artistic complexity, but an attempt to turn the game into an ecosystem. And this ecosystem needs constant maintenance, marketing, campaigns, services.
Part of those big initial budgets are probably like cushion for, you know, initial release as well.
Value. In short,
to get
everything that makes today's most expensive games so expensive is also what makes them so mediocre and empty. That's why projects with bigger budgets often look technically poorer, visually simpler, and structurally more monotonous than less expensive but meaningful story-driven games. That is as paradoxical as it may sound, but nowadays
that's not to discredit, you know, entirely free-to-play games and things like that, because look at Warframe, for example, right? The story behind that game is phenomenal. They continually do meaningful enhancements to the game. They like, how old is Warframe? It's like 12 years old now, Warframe, or some shit like that. It's ridiculously how old this game is. But it's constantly improving and constantly getting better. So like it's worth it in the long run, you know?
Game, the more chances it has to be shitty.
But man, no, he had a fair few amount of good points in there, but the open world segment was just him repeating himself, honestly. Man. I turned an hour and a half-ish minute thing into 3.5 hour thing. Alright. Well, time on to the demos. But yeah, no, that, I can agree with most of his parts there. But yeah, he had parts that just kind of, You said wet? Alright, now let's get on to our demos. Um, it was games and demo as the category, I think. Games and demos. Here we go. Alright, so I think I'll do the one that I think is probably going to be the longest first. Oops. Yeah, I'm going to do that one first. So, first demo that we're going on is called Doll's Nest. I literally stumbled across it this morning and was like, bro, this looks sick. Apparently it's fully released too, so we're gonna see what it's about. Trial version allows you to play the early part of the game. Okay. Let's now. Here we go. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick first before I get started on this, because I gotta go. Alright, I'm back. Oh! That's a ramp up in music. Before I get started, I am also just gonna mention to the Discord that we're moving on to the demos now. Alrighty. Alright, Alright. So this game is like from what I think, it's like a mecha Dark Souls-y waifu builder thing? Okay, so let's move. I can jump. I can really jump. Close range loadout centered around thermal weapons. High damage output hinges on the user's skill. An all-purpose loadout excels in mid-range combat, easy to learn and handle. A sniper-style loadout that excels in long-range combat, difficult to fight in close combat. Got a little boosty thing. You know, let's go with the mid-range one. It's supposed to be the easy to learn. I can float and shit. Okay. Doesn't seem to be a sprint. Let's skip training. Repairing agent. Okay. Use the item. Okay, repairing agent is like your Estus Flax, I guess. Select item. Okay. Oh, okay, the blue bar is like shield. Okay, I think that's what it is. Sprint V while moving. Okay, so that's like your slide thing. So I could do... Okay. Jump, already figured that out. There's a bit of a delay to, like, the... Whoa, okay. Can I jump based on... How did I do that? I don't know how I did that. Oh, there's a turn speed limit, so I can only turn so fast, so quick. Oh, okay, that's cool. Saying this circular object will allow you to transfer yourself to specific locations. Okay. So stand in mushroom circles? Mushroom circles, and I can teleport. Can I... Okay, so I can't... Okay, yeah, so the blue bar is like my shield. Rear arms. Okay. Is there like an ammunition amount? No, okay, you got unlimited ammunition. From the looks of it. Change primary arms, mouse wheel. Right click doesn't do anything. Utility module. Oh! Homing flares. Okay. Keep enemies within targeting reticle for more accurate fire. Okay. Reloading costs BP? What's BP? Attributes. Maybe battle points? Okay, battle points. So BP is the circle, the teardrop shape. Okay. So ammunition costs BP. Got it. Supplies transfer, frame loadout, tune, humanoid can be performed at a node tree. Okay. Interesting. Did I fall from one of those things? I think I fell from one of those things. Yeah, okay. Guess that's an item pickup. LBV, can I... Inventory. Primary arms. Can I equip? No, I think I have to do it at that node tree thing. I can't just do things on the fly. Oh, there's one. Ooh, there's things. Yep. Oh, that's a big turret. Don't lock on. Don't lock on. Repairing agent. S7. Oh, that's like a missile launcher, I think. Luminous ore? Okay, that's locked. Oh, a shotgun. Creo. Is that a grenade launcher? Looks like it might be one. More repairing agents. Oh, there's more shit over there that I missed. Hang on. More goodies! Oh, if I hold jump, I jump higher. Yeah, that's what it is. If I hold jump, I jump higher. Okay, that's good to know. Gossam? MMC Gossam? I have no idea what that is. Alright, let's go to the node tree. Oh, that's cool. Transfer? Oh, teleport. Okay. Frame loadout. Oh, okay. Different modules. Thruster modules. Utility module. Primary arms, 1. What is this? Oh, it's like a suppressed SMG. BP per shot, ammo cap, shot velocity, way up. Wow. Physical damage halved. Fire rate down. Physical damage plus. Crit damage, maybe? Blast spread, so I guess... Oh, I can go to the practice range with the weapon. See what it does. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I know, this is the assault rifle. Frame loadout. I gotta actually equip it, I think. Have a melee weapon backup. I can have right and left equipment. Okay, what is this Gotham thing? Okay, let's... That's the single rocket. What is this? That's a graph. It looks like it's a multi-rocket thing. Let's do that and that, see what that's about. Oh, hang on. I needed to go back. Practice range. Okay, so this is this thing. Oh, it's like a burst. That does a lot of damage. It's a 10-round burst SMG. Wow, that's kind of nuts. Okay, let's check the melee out. I could do that. If I'm in a pinch, I could swap to the melee, do a whack. I think I prefer... Okay, let's... Big explosion! What about the other one? How do I... Oh! Ooh, a multi-rocket launcher and it's homing. Okay, I don't really like the submachine gun. So I'm gonna put that back to the rifle. Whoops. Primary. Aim rate, piercing power. Is this a sniper rifle? No, it's an assault rifle, I think. Okay, so let's try that. And a backup shotgun, maybe? And then rear arms, we can that back to this. Who's this? Plasma flare. Okay. I left again! Alright, let's also try this Toon Humanoid. Ah! So I can... Usable skill points. Okay, okay. What is each stat for? Oh, okay. Hang on, how do I do 1 point? Okay, melee proficiency, reload tech, firearm proficiency, disassembly tech, lightweight humanoid. What is... Max grind speed, max air speed, max thrust speed, and Carrying Carrying down. Oh, okay. Weight of the character down was EP cap. EP. Energy points, probably? BP cap, that's like ammo. Barrier? Okay. It was immunity. Oh, that's for, like, statuses. Okay. Melee proficiency. Reload tech, probably reload faster, so put a couple points in that. Put a couple points in firearm proficiency. What is disassembly? I don't know what disassembly is. I'll put in a couple points into that. I'll put some barrier. And some BP. Oh, and I can revert at any time, I think. Enter apply. All right. Before I run off. It's a supply. Make sure it's all maxed out again. Yeah. I have no idea what the cells are used for. Lock on. Okay, cells are obviously used for something. This side doesn't open. Okay, so I gotta open the door from the other side, I guess. I guess I need to go in there? Let's take a peek at it. Can I thrust in the air? I cannot. I guess I need like a aerial frame to do that kind of stuff. Can't connect. Alright, so I need to go another way. Resupply. That goes like over there somewhere. It's over here. How's it going, sir? Peekaboo. I kind of like this. Palladium seed. Oh, what the hell? Okay, there's jellyfish thingies. Ooh, that's a sniper. Doesn't open on this side. So I can go over this way. Ah! Something's shooting at me. Ooh, there's something up there. Smoke grenade. Come here. Rocket. Oh, I missed the jump. Boulder? What is it? That looks like a cool gun. Type 14 CCA. That looks like a pistol. A minigun? I'm finding lots of cool shit. Ooh, you missed. Ow. Jellyfish over there. I'll worry about the jellyfish in a moment. I see shiny things in the back here. Throwing knife. Supplement. Can I find them? The reason why it's probably this easy right now is because, you know, early. Making it so you can run through it and figure out how to play before they do all the crazy shit. Oh! Surprise! Oh no! Don't fall! Kind of see how they'd make things a little bit more complicated. Ooh, a thing over there. Pairing agent. I have no idea where I'm going. Man, this... What the hell happened here? Some kind of fungus going around, robots going amok. Humans are clearly dead. So, fucking jellyfish behind me? No, okay, we're good. Oh shit, no, I don't want to do that. Shotgun! Nope. Who's shooting at me from where? Up there. Okay. Parkour. There's another dude up here. Come on. There we go. Problem solved. Ooh, a thing over here. Graphite seed. Ooh, there's a bunch of stuff over there. Stuff down there too. Take that! Fear me! Ooh, goodies. FPV Quest. Okay, who shot me from where? I'm finding lots of goodies. Oh, that's not good. Nothing here. Ooh, more stuff down here. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just finding things. That's a thing behind me. It's got a shotgun. Supplement, another graphite seed. Ooh, thingy. Para agent transfer. Oh, okay, so I can stash stuff. Okay. So if I can't fit it in my current inventory, it goes back to base. Got it. Bionic parts. That's a lot of homing things. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm getting low in ammo. I'm gonna have to run back soon. Yeah, we need to run back. I'm out of ammo. Ow, ow, ow! So, it's good to have something low in ammo cost as a backup weapon. I'm seeing now. Okay, so if I actually fully run out of energy, then I'm stuck without energy for a bit. Okay, that's good to know. Ooh, I missed a pickup here. I kind of get what it's putting down. Kind of like this. It's kind of neat. Okay, with all my cells, can I use them to buy more skill points? Is that the how the game works? Use cells to buy skill points so you can get yourself more levels, quote unquote. Tune humanoid. Maybe you have to find skill points? Okay, frame loadout, a lot of stuff. Okay, let's see, what kind of primary arms do I got right now? I've got this, what is this? Per shot, that's pretty low. Physical damage, shot velocity, rapid fire, aim rate. Ammo cap, reload speed, but is it, like, burst fire? Battle rifle. Yeah, I'll do that. Primary arm 2, I'll go with the Clest. What about my rear arms? Oh, the minigun is like a side equipment. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Swap that. Still haven't find any... Oh. What is DP? Defense points, maybe? Bleeding cap, jump ability. Okay, I'm getting the idea. Oh! This is the, customization. Ah, okay, this is where I get... This is where I customize. Okay. Let's just test real quick here. Do a little bit of that. Arm muscles. Keep it there. Oh, you can go thick. Hip size? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I didn't save, so I guess I gotta apply. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. About here was good. Oh yeah. Can I rotate? I can. Perfect. All right. And then B to accept, I guess. There we go. Why isn't it applying? Okay, so now it should be good? Yes. All right, good. Skin color. Oh, I could change the clothing color too? Or is this like the hair color? This is clothing color. Oh, okay, so hue, I can make it like a general color. And then I can adjust with this. Saturation down just a smidge. Okay. Oh, I can make my palette colors. Apply changes. What's this? Oh, that's the color. What is this? Presets. But I picked up a module. Oh, I can even change the gun colors and things? Damn, okay, they thought of everything. Okay, so maybe it's a utility module? I know I picked up a module for something. Okay. Well, I can't seem to find it. Resupply. There's transfer. Okay, that's the teleport. Alright, what is this way? Okay, it's not working. Oh, the sniper's pretty strong. Really slow fire rate, but it's very strong. Oh, that's how the minigun works. I activate it, and then I... Oh. That's cool. What is this way? Okay, that's not activating, so I guess I gotta activate the other side. That door's closed, so I can't do anything there yet. So this way! Oops. I kind of like the skirmishing that I do with the SMG. I might go to like a skirmishing, like speedster roll. That'd be fun. You missed! You missed! Had to reload. Ah, okay, so I can pick up ammo from enemies. Okay. So... might not be good to kill everything I come across unless I have to. Jellyfish drop quite a bit of ammo, too. Move this way. Okay, let's go over there. I didn't go this way last time. Let's check this way. Oh, they do an EMP blast. Okay, I gotta be careful. If they explode on me, it really messes my shields. Got it. What the hell is that? I was gonna say, where the hell is the thing I saw? Ooh, another SMG, I guess? From the looks of it, anyway. Yeah, I can hear you. Yo-Yo the Collector. Do I have anything to eat? Almost an exit, but I'm exhausted. I got a lot of supplements. Find a way to repay you, I promise. So I guess that leads to the hub, maybe? What the hell is this thing? Oh, is that the, like, fog wall? That might be the fog wall. I'm gonna keep looking around a little bit. Oh, good thing I looked around a little bit. There's goodies right here. Is this a... It's a box. Close combat humanoid. Ah! There was a fucking... There was a jellyfish hiding around the corner. Hey Max, how's it going? Okay, so there is... I got a new body. It's like a samurai skirt. That's kind of cute, actually. I like that. I'm just proceeds to climb. Like that. Like that. Minigun. If the game has it, I find the minigun. Alright, so... Nope, don't you dare touch me this time. I know your tricks. Alright, now I gotta go back there and not explode, because there was a lot of stuff in there. I need to get closer so I can actually do damage with the minigun. Ow! Yo, what's up? Alright, let's do a repair. 2 was to use items. Okay, so shooting at the green spots is like shooting at a weak spots. So I need to place myself behind enemies in a lot of cases to actually hit their weak spots. I've never felt weather this cold in years. Yeah, it has been a cold one. Even up here, it's been pretty cold. Pretty rare for a tropical country like mine to have cold nights lately. Yeah. Okay, there was a fucking... There you are. You're not getting me this time, bitch. Is there another one hiding around? There is. Oh, I got another... No, 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 no! I almost got again by another one. God damn. I saw the shadow last fucking second and saw my light flash before my eyes. Sleeping with fans, feel like sleeping with an AC right now? Yeah. Bionic parts, too. What are bionics parts for? Oh, that leads me there. Okay. You know, I've unlocked new stuff. What did I find? Actually, this is not where I thought it was. Where the fuck am I? You know, this game kind of does that tank thing. Where, like... when you move so much... you then kind of slow down. With, like, how you can aim. But... it's weird, because instead of doing it like, I don't know, Helldivers, where the, like... the reticle catches up to where you're looking, it, like, hard locks how fast you turn once you move so much. Bionic always gives me the Spencer PTSD from MV's Marvel vs. Combat 3 with Bionic arm. Okay, so I got more outfit stuff. What did I get? That is cute. I'm going with that. Stick with that. That. What? What's weird? Actually, wait. Did I get any frame parts? Nah, not yet so far. Utility module. Got some more guns, though. I know that. Grenade launcher. Oh, boulder. Haha, I got it. You know what? I'm gonna swap that for my primary instead of the sniper. No, I'm gonna stick with the sniper. No, I'm going with grenade launcher. Do you have any... discharge machine gun? Wave gun? Handguns? I'll just leave it as is for now. Alright, I still haven't... I guess I gotta level up at the hub. I can't just... Oh, the grenade launcher has, like, some burn damage. It has a little burn damage. That's crazy. The fire grenade launcher. Doesn't use a lot of ammo, too. Whoa, no you don't. Oh, I missed. Let's try that again. Nope, hang on, I gotta... You know what, I'm just gonna do this. Take a grenade to the butt. Oh, it's a poison grenade. Okay. Leaves a poison cloud. Got it. Weird for a grenade launcher to leave a poison cloud, but alright. You missed. Ow. Okay, that time you didn't miss. I just... Yep, that's a poison grenade launcher. Yep. Gotta be careful not to poison myself with it. Okay. I guess the big blue bubbles gives me ammo, while the little white bubbles gives me cells. I think. I'm still trying to figure out the ammo system thing. Hang on. Give me a second. There it is. Okay, so that's the way I need to go, I think. Unless that fog wall thing isn't actually a fog wall. We will see. Okay, it seems when I shoot, the VP is used up, not actually the, at the point of reload. Okay, let's see. Is this actually a fog wall or not? Okay, maybe not. So that's not the way to go. Oh no! This is a problem. Well... Okay, so I come back and I just lose health. Alright. I can live with that. There goes that stuff. Now this thing is pretty resistant. Alright, moving on in. Here I come. Surprise! Ow. There's a bunch of things up here. Oh, lots of bullets. That thing has a shotgun. Ow! Well, I shot over him. Let's reload the grenade launcher. Ow. No, no, no! There. He could shoot through the floor? Cheater! Alright, anything else over here? Don't think so. I mean, I've already been through here. Let's check this out. Ow, 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 there's... Dick? That's a lot of dudes. Need to take cover. There we go. Okay, that thing is like blast resistant or something. Ow. You know what? Let's use a repair thingy. It's pretty fucked up. I keep getting these bionic parts, but I have no idea what they're used for. Alright, what's over here? Open sesame? Nope. Knew you were here. That was the wrong gun. He's a repairing agent. There we go. Full health again. That's a lot of shotguns. Okay, now they're not really dropping ammo. This is not cool. Oh, there is a thing down there. Damn, okay, well I'm gonna have to go... Well, I guess I gotta go back for that. Oops. There's gotta be like ammo pickups or something floating around somewhere. Or like a... How do I... Item wheel? Aha! Let's see, supplement. Recover battle points. Ah, okay, so that's ammo. Supplements are for ammo. An ore that illuminates its surroundings, so that's like a flare. Smoke bomb. Knife that deals damage. Throw 5 knights at once. Okay, so like a knife throw. Inflicts the user with a parasitic infection when used. Tag sundries? Egg sac of a parasitic mutated variant in hibernation. The eggs hatch when it comes into contact with nymph biofluids, rapidly feeding on its host, commonly distributed as a suicide method for nymphs that are partaking in special ops. Okay. Alright, I saw... It's not the thing. I saw a pipe. Oh, it's probably that pipe. Yep, there it is. Oh, and there's more stuff over here. Another bionic part. I don't like this. Frag grenade. Alright, we're good. Okay, so that... Oh, you know what? There's stuff down there, too. Maybe I gotta go down there. There's a lot of stuff on here. Okay, so maybe this is the way I need to go. Top up in ammo a little bit. Oh, I didn't jump! Oh, well, that's not good. That's not cool. CG-153A4 Javelin. Sounds like a grenade launch, like homing grenade launcher. Corrosive grenade. Okay, so the grenade launcher I'm using isn't a poison one, it's a corrosive one. Got it. Because that was the effect that got applied to me when I was a little too close. Oh, that's where I need to go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, we're good. We're good. Ooh, different ambiance, finally. Anything down here? Nah, doesn't look like it. Guess it's an elevator I need to ride? Type thing? This is a neat little game. Well, quote-unquote little. I like this. It's like a Dark Soul, like a much more direct Dark Souls meets Armored Core. I like it. And you get a waifu customizer on top of it. I'm sold. These. Weird. Thing there. Ooh, a thingy. Yoink. Okay, so I gotta be on the lookout for boxes with, like, red stripes on it, because that's got customization stuff in it. Well, we're traveling deeper and deeper into this pit. I still haven't found another node tree. That's a door. This probably opens. Catch. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Ow, 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 ow. What is this? I'll just grab it and run. I have no idea what this is, and I'm shooting it. It's got a huge shield. I gotta get out of here. I can't work through that. Ooh, shortcut. Not quite. Yeah, I'm gonna take the shortcut now. Now I should be able to travel back and forth as I wish. Cool, I made a shortcut. I did see this, though. Another that's a lot of stuff. Emission grenade. Ooh, an LMG. I like LMGs. I don't like this. Ooh, I got a supplement. Perfect. Alright, let's go back. I think there's a thing up there, too. Before I go back, I'm gonna go touch that thing. How do I go touch that thing is the question. I think I just go up there. Yes. Two more bionic parts. I guess I need to bring the bionic parts to, like, somewhere to get them identified. So then they actually turn into equipment. I think. Important resources. Upgrade resources. Graphite seed, palladium seed, form data. Ah, okay, so that's... rear arms, primary... beam gun. Excels in rapid fire. Where's this LMG that I found, though? There it is. Piercing power, standard damage, effective damage, ammo cap, weight. BP per shot, 11. I think that's lower than my... It's a little bit higher than my SMG. Okay, well, let's get back. Here. All right, let's see what other things I got. back here. Kind of like that. I'll stick with what I got. Oh yeah, and then the LMG thing. Primary. No, not gonna. Not that. Wrong buttons. I want to swap this for the LMG. There it is. Oh, I can't use it. I'd be over encumbered. I don't have enough carry capacity. Okay, what if I go primary arms with the LMG? I'd still be over encumbered. Okay, I can't use it yet. Wait, trigger settings? Ah, okay, so I can actually change the settings to what button does for what weapon. Okay. I'm just gonna do defaults. Because I've gotten used to that. What is this? S-Stock. PP per shot. Oh, wait. I wanna... Oh! These are energy weapons. What is thermal... What is plus? Is that like weak spot hits? Standby EPUs, I think? Okay, so EPUs lowers my energy cap, I guess? Oh, and it ups my repair cell efficiency. I think. Or lowers repair... How much repair it takes from repair cells? I don't get it. Either way, I should probably equip a energy weapon. So... I'd likely do more damage across the board. And then change the grenade launcher. I wish I could equip the LMG, but I don't have enough capacity. I think I'm gonna have this swapped to that. I'm already going into the skirmisher role, baby. Ammo cap down. Repair cell. BP per shot up by a small margin. But the damage is up by a large margin. Fires slightly slower. Let's... No, let's see if it's actually slightly slower or significantly slower. That is significantly slower. So, I'm gonna stick with this. Yeah, it's like a burst fire. I'm gonna take the minigun off. So I gotta really stance up for a long time before it actually fires. Actually, that gave me some more carry capacity. Can I equip the LMG now? Nope. If I change this to a handgun. Still over. How heavy is that fucking LMG? Remove equipment. Even without that. Okay, there we go. Now I can actually have it. And then if I swap this to energy weapon... okay, so the different weapons kind of dictate my speed and stuff too. EP recover. Oh, energy point recovery. Oh. Okay, I get it. I still want to use an LMG. Come on. Lock on. Well, that really lowered my lock-on speed, too. Damn. Alright, maybe I won't use an LMG. Guess I'll do that skirmisher idea. Till I can level up my stuff more. Get better, lock-on speeds and all that fun stuff. Let's try this S-stock thing out. I gotta be in real close range to actually be able to hit things with it. That is kind of good to know, actually. Wait, does thermal weapons burn through shields faster? Maybe that's how I'm supposed to take that thing out. And then I got the thermal weapon. Oh! Whoop! I think it just has a huge shield. Gotta reload faster. Oh, I didn't even break through a barrier. Hang on, let me reload. I am pretty fucked. Oh boy. I need to heal, I need to heal. I need better gear for this. There's a big shiny thing up there. Let's go take a look at that. Ow, ow, ow. Let's heal up a little bit more and then go up there. There's another thing over there. Two more bionic parts. One of these days, I'll figure out what bionic parts are used for. Oop. Is there things over here? Don't think so. Ooh, box. Oh, okay, so I get those upgrade the equipment in boxes. Okay. Not just cosmetic stuff. Got it. So I really need to be on the lookout for boxes. Up a bit more. This is not good. Oh. Come on, reload faster. My god. Okay. Frigid test. I don't know what that is. Seems like it's a cure. Because it was in a bottle. A heat cure. Bionic parts. Oh, it's... Hey, give me that back! Warhammer. Ooh, I'm back here. Okay, cool. You know what? I'm gonna go this way. You good? I'm pretty good. Okay, it seems like after a bit, the enemies that drop ammo don't show up as often. I think that's more of a tutorial thing, the enemies dropping ammo. Alright, I got some more equipment. What did I pick up? Physical resistance up, but all the other resistance is down. Wait, spider legs? Okay. Let's see, target range. Is this more of like a long range thing? Oh, it's got like armor plates on it. A long range observational unit. And this has a huge amount of carry capacity. So I could... It doesn't really raise my BP, though. I wanted to test it real quick first. That is a very long range lock on. Doesn't really change my accuracy though. So this finishes reloading. What was the button for that equipment again? Aha! Does it actually, like, increase the lock-on range? Oh, it really increases the lock-on range. So this is like a sniper set. Frame loadout. So what if I put on a sniper thing? Nope, wrong button. Practice range. Yeah, so I can't lock onto this here, but with this up... Now I can. Can I, like, wall climb with this thing? No. Yeah, okay, so waiting for lock-on makes it so, like, I can aim where they're going. Got it. Um... I think I'll do that. Go. grind boost, air boost. So this has more grind boost speed than air boost speed. Extra thermal resistance. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with something like this. Okay, let's hit the practice range, make sure it's working how I want. Oh yeah, I'm going much faster. Okay, so with this setup, it's very much a... I'm grinding to go all over the place type thing. Which, I mean, it works out. That's kind of what I've been doing anyway. I haven't really been thrusting that much. That was a poor choice of words, but it was a choice of words. So I can lock on to about 75 meters. Yeah, that works out. And I got some pretty good gun mobility. You know what? I'm gonna change the long-range scanner thing back to the flares, because I've been noticing there's quite a bit of BB cost. Oh, okay, so I use BP to use it. I don't know what DP stands for. Damage points? Alright. Oh yeah, this is very much what I want. I zoom! Oh, they can kill each other. That's kind of good to know, actually. Okay, so you can still get ammo pickups from them, but they're just not as often later in. Okay, I get it. Hmm. Am I supposed to get up? Oh, I see how I was supposed to get up there. I think I just got a bunch of equipment. What's down here? That is a fog wall. It's a tank! Oh, okay, teleport's on the top left. I should probably not be here. Shit. Well, this isn't good. Get some cover. He's trying to ram again. Oh, he does the heat. Okay, don't get close to him when he does that. Reload faster. Whoa! Oh, that was close. Oh no, I'm overheated. Okay, we're good. Oh no, I'm overheated again. No, 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 no. Okay, we're good. I can't tell if he's weak to bullets or energy more. Whoop! Ow, he hit me. Just gonna stand back there. Let's refill some bullets. Ow! No, I didn't hit it. Alright, come on, come on. Oh, he's got a flamethrower now. It's got a flamethrower now. I need to back off. I need to... Whoop! Need to back off a little bit again. Can you get out of the corner, please? Uh-oh. Ow. That hurt. Ooh. Okay, he's almost dead. Ooh, that's a lot of fire. Whoop! Oh no. Not good. Okay, we're good. He was stuck on the fucking light post. Just chill over here for a quick sec. Okay. Let's come back. No, 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 no. Oh, he's like a sliver away. Charge. Ow. And Cowabunga! Target destruction. You have achieved your objective and captured the area. Her left eye. Huh? A spherical object. Its purpose unknown. Her left eye? It resembles the optical organs of carbon-based life forms as well as nymphs. I'm confused. Ah, bionic parts. Sell them to provide a minuscule amount. Oh, I can use or sell the bionic parts for some cells. That's what they're for. Okay. Where's left boob? Transfer to decayed brood chamber. Okay, so that's like a warp back to base type thing. Okay. Oh wait, no, this is the hub. Yeah, this is definitely the hub. Hey, hang on, what did I see up there? Excuse me? I'm confused. I'm... Okay. What? Elp the Crafter. Okay. Yo-Yo the Collector. Oh, that's the person I saved out there. Don't know what you've happened if you weren't there to help. Just tell me the trash gets washed out of the bottom of the hod. It's, picked up this high-grade repairing agent. Okay, yeah, so she's the vendor. This stuff I sell. There we go. Guess the junk stuff I hold on to as a backup in case shit happens. Okay.
しっかり準備していってください。
What do you have
ゆっ
for
くり見ていっ
sale?
てください。
A pile driver? Yes.
ありがとうございます。
I would like a pile driver. No frame. I already bought that. I guess I'll buy some of these.
ありがとうございます。
Should leave me some in the backup. I got a lot of basic healing, so I can worry about that.
しっかり準備していってください。あの子、言葉が喋れないみたいで、名前だけでもわかればいいんですが、スケヨヨはてっきり。ヨヨも回収に行ってきます。
Alright. I guess I need to talk to a specific person. And then the craft. What the fuck? A humanoid corpse skewered through a hole left agape in its head. Insert left eye.
おはよう。人間
It's alive!
私の名
The
前
daring
を
dolls
呼
say
んで
my name.
問題なし。
For your
そのまま義務
purpose.
を果たしてこの哀れ
This
な
pathetic body of mine.
私の
You
奪
were
わ
born
れ
to
た
take
体を
back
取り戻す
my
こと
body, which was stolen from me.
目がつながったみたいだ
Looks like
よ
the roots have connected. What a pretty flower. Oh, okay, so each of those is a different zone, I guess.
どんな手段も許すって。
Do you allow me to craft now? Yep, there we go. Oh, okay, no, it's not craft, it's just clothing? Dust-proof mobile. So it's like a poncho. It's elf ears. Hey, Foxy! That's where I started, so I'm guessing... Who are you? The
ごき
Mechsmith.
げんよう。私たちが来てあげたのよ。ヤシカがヤシカよ。装備をお持ちなさい。
Brings your equipment
も
will
ちろん支
strengthen it.
えが必要よ。
Require materials.
これからあなきっとそれ。ヤシカ
Okay.
ムシカが鍛えるわ。
So I'd come to these people to upgrade. They do substantial amounts of mid-grade multi-pedal mobility module for concentrated front-facing armor. Headset. I got 2 of these? Okay. What does upgrading Item required, graphite seed 2. Upgrade cost. Upgrading is cheap. Aim rate. So lower aim rate is better. Okay. This does have slight homing capability. It's just a dumbfire rocket, but it's meaty. Ah, okay. You can see what level of upgrade is on the bottom. Okay, okay. Let's upgrade this. I'm guessing this leads to another world? Accumulation zone, yeah. The Great Forest. Wait, there's more? What is this? Oh, that's an elevator. Okay. What is this thing? Upturned Forest. I'm guessing that's going to be the end of the demo, though. Yep, there it is. That's cool. I like this. It's literally trying to do Dark Souls 1 with like Armored Core vibes. I like that. That's cool. Well, that took a bit longer than expected, so I guess that will... That's fun, though. I like that. I'll have to buy that at some point. So, Doll's Nest. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that for sure. That was fun. I like that. Yeah, with how long that took, unfortunately I won't be able to do the other things, because I decided to do the one that was probably going to be the longest first. um, maybe tomorrow I'll hit up the other two demos that I got before I go onto the finals. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Tomorrow I'll hit up the other two demos, and then I'll hit up the finals. They shouldn't be too long. Anything else I need to say? No, not really. That was fun. I like that. That was good. Doll's Nest. What's the price on it right now? About 20 bucks US. That's not bad. I'd buy that. Oh, and of course they gotta sell cosmetics for the. Let's see, what do they got? They got 3 different forms. Oh, and they also have the soundtrack. The Origin of Species. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to keep my eyes on this. I like this. I like this. It's fun. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I gotta make some dinner. I'm gonna head out. Thank you for coming by and listen to me yap or watch me play that thing. That was fun. I like that. Uh, I'm gonna say that a lot. I'm adding that to the wish list right now. There we go. And yeah, I think that'll be it. I'm gonna just head out. I don't got much else to say besides, the standard, you know, um, stuff. Anyway, bye bye, people. Have a good one.